A very good morning to everyone. It's a bit dull out there, but I'm sure our session will be a lovely one and a lively. So we will brighten up, as we go along. So we are meeting today in accordance with the government regulations, and are holding this meeting as a virtual meeting with Assembly members and our invited guests participating remotely. Can I ask our clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm the names of the Assembly members who are virtually present today and the members who have sent their apology, please? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. We have with us today, virtually, Assembly members Arnold, Bacon, Bailey, Berry, Boff, Cooper, Desai, Duval, Eshalomi, Gavron, Hall, Moore, O'Connell, Pigeon, Prince, Qureshi, Russell, Sahota and Arbour, and yourself, Assembly Member Shah, in the Chamber. We have apologies from Assembly members Devonish, Dismore and Curtin, and we are expecting Assembly Member McCartney and Whittle a little bit later on, Chair.
Thank you very much. We move on to Chair's announcements. We are very busy here, so I've got quite a bit of information, so bear with me as I let you know what it is. Last week, the Assembly questioned the Mayor on his final draft consolidated budget for year 2021-22 in the final stage of London Assembly's scrutiny process of the Mayor's budget proposals. The Environment Committee published a report last Friday on air quality in London. The report makes a number of recommendations calling on the Mayor to take actions to reduce the levels of air pollution on London's streets. On Tuesday, the Economic Committee held a meeting to assess the Mayor's progress on his manifesto and Strategic Committee for Skills, Business, Equality and Culture. And yesterday, the Planning and Regeneration Committee held a meeting on what London's future tall buildings and high streets will look like after COVID-19. And finally, on the 6th March 2020, pretty much a year ago, London recorded its first COVID death. And after a year later, London is still battling its way through the hurt, worry, and pain that COVID-19 has caused for so many. On behalf of the London Assembly, I send our deepest condolences to the families, friends, and neighbors of over 14,400 Londoners who have lost their lives to this horrible virus. Next item for us is declarations of interest. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations as set out in the report, item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? I don't believe there are any, so we move on to the next item. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly plenary meeting held on 4th of February to be signed me as correct record?
Agreed.
Thank you. We now move on to today's substantive business, a question and answer session on COVID-19 recovery and the next steps for London. Joining us virtually for today's sessions, we have Jules Pipe, CBE, who's the Deputy Mayor for Planning, Regeneration and Skills, and Deputy Chair of the Recovery Taskforce's Economic Recovery Working Group. We also have with us Councillor Danny Thorpe, London Council's Executive Member for Business, Europe and Good Growth. We have with us Matthew Jaffa, who's the Senior External Affairs Manager for the Federation of Small Businesses, and we have Justin Simmons, OBE, who's the Deputy Mayor for Culture and the Creative Industries. Justine will be joining us shortly in the meeting. I believe she should be with us by about 10:30 to 11 by about 10:30. So we'll hold off any questions which are directly relevant to Justine. So can I extend on behalf of the Assembly a very warm welcome to our guests. There will be a lead-off question from me as chair to Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe, after which Assembly members may put supplementary questions to all our guests this morning. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like to ask questions, and when they put their questions, please to also make sure that you mute their microphones when they are not speaking. A request to our guests, we would be grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you. So to start off this session, the first question from me is to Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe. What are the next steps and priorities for London's recovery bodies, and what should recovery from COVID-19 look like? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I think I ought to begin by saying that we shouldn't underestimate the size of the task ahead of us. London's recovery is going to require a massive effort from all concerned. Our recovery programme we've developed in collaboration with London councils and the members of the rest of the London Recovery Board, and it reflects the short, medium and long-term challenges and actions that we're going to need to build back this city stronger, better, fairer and greener for everyone in London. I think it's really important to always consider the context that we're in currently about on timescales and how far we've already come, because I think it's the work that's already been done collectively to date that's really enables us to be ready now to aid London's recovery as we emerge from what's now a third national lockdown. And that's what I mean about context, about the rolling nature of the waves that we've had and the lockdowns that we've had that has challenged everyone from national government down to plan for the recovery, with people constantly saying, well, now are you about to lock down? Are we about to kind of reopen everything? And of course, this cyclical nature of the pandemic has been a real problem in answering that question. So that's resulted in us now planning for recovery for nearly a year now because of these consecutive waves. Let's not forget that only 6 weeks ago we were once again in the midst of a crisis, hospitalisations reaching their peak, deaths sadly reached their peak only at the end of January, just over a month ago. So the combined impact of the most recent lockdown and the current rapid rollout of the vaccination programme, thankfully it's brought down infections and hospitalisations and deaths, hugely welcome. So we're now well prepared for what the Prime Minister has said is a cautious reopening of the economy, as he set out in his roadmap out of lockdown. The first London Recovery Board was held in the middle of last year, and it brought together all those public, private, voluntary sector, community sector leaders and those from the faith sectors as well, brought them together to develop up the 9 recovery missions, which I'm sure we'll talk about further and go into detail in those about response, London's response to driving recovery forward. They've had an exceptional level of public engagement and consultation to develop those. But in the short term, our priority is to ensure that we continue to support the vaccination rollout in London. I think that is the key step that we have to make at the moment, and ensure that everyone is encouraged to take the vaccine when offered. Vaccination hesitancy is obviously a big issue that's being tackled at the moment, and thankfully is declining. That's good news, but there are still too many communities who remain concerned about it. It's vital that we continue to support the efforts to persuade as many as possible to take the vaccine. So that's number one. I think it's also a critical priority to ensure that we support people and businesses between now and the economy fully reopening, because it's not going to be a big bang and everything open on the first day. We know that that it's not before the 21st of June at the earliest. So we're examining the Chancellor's budget statement from yesterday, and while we'd welcome any increased support from the government, the trend that I think can be fairly described as levelling down London should be a real concern for everyone with the growth of our capital city. We also need to ensure going forward that we seek the government's support for the city's long-term recovery plans. These are set out in the 9 missions that I mentioned. There are really clear goals to those missions, and they're stretching goals. They've got cross-party backing across the political spectrum through London councils, the backing of business and civic and faith leaders. And they really effectively are the Mayor's roadmap for a safe and full reopening of London's economy over the next 12 months. And it's been produced with businesses and in close collaboration, as I said, with London's boroughs. The London COVID Business Forum as well. And the roadmap sets out the key actions for partners across London and actions for national government. And it draws on engagement with businesses right throughout London. Just finally, we want the recovery from COVID to reshape our city as one which is fairer. It's got to be more equal, greener, more economically and socially and environmentally resilient than it was before. We want to see thriving town centres, high streets, neighbourhoods across London. It's not all about just the centre and getting people back into the centre. We want improved well-being and access to a strengthened healthcare system. Recovery should be about the safe and full reopening of London's economy, not just reopening it at any cost. But of course, at the heart of that's got to be rebuilding consumer and business confidence, across all sectors, especially the ones that have been hardest hit: retail, hospitality, culture, leisure and tourism. And of course, that's the lifeblood of London's economy. International tourism, the cultural offer that we have. It's so crucial to be getting London back into business. So I think that's what I would say our recovery should be looking like, to ensure a longer term recovery, safeguarding jobs, as well as creating new ones in growth sectors as well, such as the green economy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for a full comprehensive background. We now move on to questions from Assembly members. The first supplementary lead question is from Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. And yes, that was a comprehensive background you gave in your answers to the question from my colleague, the Chair of the Assembly. And to some extent, you partly answered some of the questions I was going to ask you, but I will still formally put those questions to you. So what specific role of the London's Recovery Board, the Strategic Coordinating Group, and the Transition Board, the London Transition Board, headed the national roadmap out of lockdown?
Well, certainly, I think I've given you a flavour there of the interaction that's been going on between all these different groups, representatives, bodies that, to varying degrees, are involved in things like the Recovery Board, the SCG, the Strategic Coordination Board. Under that, the DCG. It's quite an alphabet soup that needs an organogram to understand. I think, though, specifically with your question about the national roadmap and their role, because obviously, as I said in my opening remarks, they've been deeply involved in the creation of sort of the London-specific work and the London roadmap. But as far as their involvement in the national roadmap, that responsibility is really more about the reopening and lifting of restrictions. It's the strategic coordinating group partners that will be responsible for monitoring the 4 tests that the government has outlined. The vaccine deployment programme, showing that vaccines are sufficiently effective in reducing hospitalisations, the fact there's no infection surge, and risks about new variants of concern. So those are the kind of 4 tests that the government has laid out, and it's the SCG that will be responsible for monitoring those in London and the risks to reopening. And so they'll be responsible for coordinating all partner activity on the delivery of the reopening roadmap in London. I mean, obviously, colleagues at Public Health England and who are obviously also on the SCG as well, they're closely tracking issues associated with the roadmap and obviously checking for any potential vulnerabilities. I mean, for those who don't know, I mean, the SCG is based on a system-wide pan-London approach. It involves every part of the geography of London. Every partner has a role to play. And then there are SCG subgroups as well, like the business subgroup and the faith and community sector subgroup. So that's to ensure that all these important sectors are very aware of what's going on, because there's obviously information dissemination, but obviously there's two-way information flow, so they are inputting as well. So at the top strategic level of the SCG, chaired by John Barradell from the Corporation of London, that the correct decisions can be made about reacting to situations.
Can I sort of interrupt there, possibly a bit rudely maybe, but my time is limited. That was a very comprehensive answer, Deputy Mayor. But the London Transition Board last met in November. There's so many of these groups. Are some of these groups needed? Is the London Transition Board still needed? Because it last met, as I understand from the briefing I've had, back in November.
I'd have to respond to you outside the meeting on that, because I'm not involved directly with the Transition Board. So
let's leave it at that. A very important question. You said earlier in your answers to the Assembly question from the Chair of the Assembly about the budget levelling down London. So clearly, my question was going to be: did London receive the support it needed in yesterday's budget? Your answer indicated it did not. What sort of support would you have it like from the government, which I think has got an anti-London agenda?
Well, there is obviously a lot of detailed support that the Mayor has previously outlined that we would like to see from the government, ranging from extending business rates support to making sure whether it's furlough scheme is tapered in the right way. We've heard obviously a lot of ongoing debate yesterday and today about the uplift to universal credit at a cliff edge ending in the autumn. So all those are obviously issues that we've advocated for on behalf of Londoners. There's awful lot of support as well in cultural industries that I'm sure the other Deputy Mayor could talk to when she's here. I mean, our concern yesterday about yesterday's announcement is the fund that was announced, some 800 million. It's going to be applied in areas that are tiered. 1, 2, 3. There are only 2 boroughs in London that are in Tier 1, so it's unlikely anyone in Tier 2 or Tier 3 will be eligible. I think it's only up to about £20 million. I mean, that's about 2/3 of a secondary school. I don't think anyone could convince us that 2/3 of a secondary school is going to make a transformative change to a particular place, as welcome as a secondary school always is. And also London as a whole is only going to be able to make, the GLA is limited to only making one transport bid, which I think is between 20 and 50 million pounds. Again, I don't think this is the transformative fillip that London would need going forward. And I think as a whole, 800 million across the country I think that was going to have to be very much targeted at the places they want to target it to, if it is actually going to have any impact. Because I say, if I don't know, in the same way that people use kind of in length, how many London buses is it? I always do things in secondary schools. How many secondary schools could you build with that? And if this is worth nationally about 25 secondary schools, as much as 25 secondary schools would be very welcome, does 25 secondary schools transform the economic outlook of the country? I don't think it does, and that probably puts the 800 million into perspective.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I like what you said about London needing a quote, transformative Philip. I should remember those words. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe has his hand raised.
Yeah, Councillor Thorpe, I know you indicated, I'm afraid the way the timing and arrangements work, it is not for me to call you to speak. It's down to the Assembly member. So I'm afraid Assembly member Desai wants now to move on now. So I need to have next question. So thank you for...
My apologies to Councillor Thorpe, but we are limited for time. But I'm sure you'll get in with your questions to my other colleagues. Sorry,
thank you. Next one is, we have lead question from Assembly member Whittle. Thank you. Assembly member Whittle.
Not here.
I'm very sorry about that. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to the guests. My question really, I think possibly, could I start by asking Matthew from Small Businesses, might be most pertinent, but it's a question I asked of the Mayor actually quite recently. What will you do to encourage as much as possible people to return to their places of work? Because when we're talking about the economic, microsystems, the ecosystems of the city, it is people not being in offices, etc., that basically will cause these, indeed have caused these systems to collapse completely. And I think the point has to be made that it is actively better to be in your place of work rather than at home. And because otherwise we are facing enormous unemployment. Already we will, but we're facing permanent unemployment. What can you do to ensure that people return to work and don't just stay at home and work? Could I start by asking Matthew, please?
Thanks very much for that. I mean, we've taken the view as an organisation that whilst the pandemic has taken hold, that its business decisions have to be made based on the health and safety of their employees, and a lot of them have moved to more home working, and it's worked in a lot of industries, worked fine in terms of professional services, those kind of financial service industries that have been able to accommodate that. But for your retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, those that rely on consumer spend, it's so critical that we have an ecosystem that has people in their offices, and it's not for us as an organisation to say, as a small business, you must go back to the office, but there has to be an ecosystem where we know that we are encouraging businesses to be maintained in central London. And the budget yesterday, for instance, there was not a single mention of the word rent. It's the big issue of small businesses in London, and large businesses as well. The cost of commercial space is a question that is faced with landlords and tenants currently, and how that is accommodated through the end of this year and onto next year when leases come up. So for us, the discussion now has to be had quite urgently on this particular issue, because for businesses to maintain that space, for them to take up that office space again, or to think about having a presence in Zone 1, Zone 2, there has to be an assurance that there's a new dialogue between landlords and tenants, because the current system is it's broken and the debts are mounting up. For us, it's a critical case that once it's safe to do so, once businesses have the kind of clarity that it's safe to come back, it's safe to open, and once we do open, we're not going backwards. This is it. We're opening, and we're opening for good. We think that confidence will come back into office spaces, into commercial property, and employees will have that confidence to come into town, because it's the experience as well of being an employee in London that gives you the added advantages of going to participate in everything that London has to offer, particularly from a a cultural experience and a life experience. And we think that it's there, but we just need that clarity and confidence of message that when we do return, we're opening for good.
Thank you for that, and I take the point about the rents. I think, though, that there is it's an overused term maybe, but existential problem here, in the sense that you've got these huge corporations, huge companies, who have actually quite liked this arrangement. They've realised, if you look at Canary Wharf, for example, they've realised actually that they probably get by with spending a lot less money on their employees and all of that. But this is all very well, but it's not just, you've got to think of bars and restaurants. It's virtually everybody. It's everybody who is not in one of those professional services. Marketing or finance, whatever it is, that's all fine, for them. But it's the people who've essentially carried on working even during this pandemic. The commercial frontliners. This is a great, great concern. Can I just say again, or perhaps the Deputy Mayor might have something to say about this, is that you say you can't obviously legislate and make sure, force people to go back, but there's got to be a strong message, hasn't there? There's got to be a very strong message. Because also I would suggest that once the novelty is worn off, and it is a kind of novelty still, people's mental health will actually be at risk too, if they don't maybe realise this, simply by just being at home. But everything about what makes London a bustling city is about people being around, And it's got to be, surely, has it not, made so clear, you must, please go back. I'm trying to be courteous about it. Please go back to work. Do not just stay at home. Would you say, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I would agree with very much with what you said. I do think that there are good signs, though, about that already. Barclays, I think it was the chief exec of Barclays, about a year ago, seemed to be suggesting, as you alluded to, this kind of, it's a new world now, we'll all be working from home. And I believe that he's now very much changed his line on this and is looking for people to come back to the office. And also recently the chief exec of Goldman Sachs, I think it was, made very similar statements, wanting to see all his staff back in the office. I think there's probably going to be changes about the kind of level of occupancy. I don't think it's going to result in the need for less office space. I think it's about different kind of office space. Instead of wanting everyone in the office all at the same time in rows of desks, I think there's going to be a desire for more collaboration space and meeting space in offices. And there'll be a mix with some working at home. But I think that the future being all working in home offices was very much overplayed during the pandemic. I think, as I've said to Assembly committees before, though, my concern and that of the Mayor and GLA is very much that even marginal changes could make a real difference, though. So even just a 5-10% drop in activity in people coming into London to work could be enough to undermine the viability of those areas like the creative industries, like theatres, for example. Take theatres. How much does a drop in a flow of people coming into work who would have gone on to bars and restaurants and theatres, how much does that drop have to be before it has a real impact on having sufficient people around in the evenings to keep the margins healthy in those kind of secondary activities? I say secondary to the business of being in town and going to work. And that's something we're going to be monitoring very, very closely. And it's probably something more that the Deputy Mayor will be able to talk about later for culture.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Can I just leave you with this one thought, is that quite famously back in the late 1970s, when New York was bankrupt and in a very low place, they actually did what has still been the most successful marketing campaign ever, which was I Love New York, right? And it basically really did turn the city around. And I think that you've actually got to really think really quite big about this and not just teeter around the edges, but say, if you want this place to survive, you've got to come back. Thank you.
And I just want to quickly say, I think the sum is some £5 million. The mayor is investing in a campaign to do that very thing, both internationally and for national visitors as well. But also there will be, London has also picked up on that, encouraging everyone to remember that this is a fantastic global city with an awful lot to offer on all fronts, and arts, culture, food, and so on.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Next question, lead question is from Assembly Member Hall.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say how disappointed we all are that yet again Mayor Khan has declined to attend this meeting. He should be here to answer questions, but as always he's missing there. I mean, I did think that he was obviously doing something that was important and was a work commitment, but I see instead of that he's launching his campaign. I think he should know what job he's got and he should be here to answer questions. However, I will address the questions I have, if I may, to Jules Pipe. Jules, I listened to the answers that you gave my colleague Unresh Desai about the Transition Board. My question was, how do you see the London Transition Board continuing after the completion of the PM's roadmap journey? Do you actually know the answer to that?
No, sir, I'm not involved on the Transition Board, so I'm not quite sure of that, but we can get back to you.
Yes, okay. Do you know how long the London Recovery Board will continue its work into 2021?
It'll be, as long as necessary. Again, I mean, that's not something, the planning of the longevity of the board is not something I'm okay with.
No. Is anybody on the call okay with this so that we can get some answers? No. This is disappointing, Mr. Chairman, but we've got to get used to this because this is what this mayor has been like for a very long time. Jules, when we complete the roadmap out of restrictions, it will be nearly a year since the Recovery Board was established. So how have Londoners benefited from the work of the London Recovery Board over the last year? Can you help us with that?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's the work of it. Yes. London obviously now has a recovery strategy, both for its economy and its society, as a result of the London Recovery Board's missions. It's published the London Recovery Programme. I've mentioned the 9 missions that it's established, and they have draft action plans with a lot of supporting work. Some of that supporting work, for example, is the scenario planning for the CAS and the possibilities, and that goes back to my previous answer to the Assembly member about how much of a drop in activity can we cope with. The mayor, while the mayor initiated all that work, co-chairing it from the earliest stages alongside the leader of London councils, it is the fruit of one of the most significant collaborations I think that the city has ever seen. I think my first answer to the Assembly today, I think, illustrated the breadth of organisations and sectors within London that have been drawn into the London Recovery Board. The Mayor's also published the roadmap, and that outlines the safe and full reopening of London's economy, working with London's businesses. At the heart of that, to speak to the previous question, it's all about rebuilding consumer confidence to enable, all the sectors, retail, hospitality, culture, leisure, and tourism sectors, just to get back to business. It puts all the building blocks for longer-term recovery in place, seeks to protect jobs. Obviously, we want to maintain London's competitive global position as well. But I think probably the overarching theme's probably got to be minimising the harm done to communities across London, and that thread goes throughout the recovery plan. The mayor's also set the GLAs and the GLA group, including MOPAC and the MDCs. It's setting that group budget very shortly, and of course that shows how the whole organisation is geared towards helping and delivering London's recovery. And of course you did have the mayor in front of you, I think was it last week, to discuss the budget, and that would have covered an awful lot of the recovery work that we're probably going to talk about today. And of course he will be here with you in a week's time for MQs as well, so I'm sure he'll be able to answer any questions you have about recovery then. I mean, the GLA couldn't have come up with a recovery structure in isolation. I mean, what we've done is set up the structures to enable that pan-London approach that I've talked about. And in the short term, we've, the Recovery Board's convened the Business Forum as well, that has developed its business reopening roadmap. And the roadmap overall aims to secure the safe and full reopening that we want to see, and rebuild the consumer confidence that I've talked about.
Okay, so in basically then you sound very happy with missions and foundations, etc.
Yes, I mean there's been a lot in place. And as I said before, I mean we've kind of tried to make a virtue of the fact that the successive waves and the successive lockdowns meant that there was that time to plan, because we weren't able to reopen as we would when the previous lockdowns ended.
Okay, so if we look at the finances then, have any other London bodies mirrored the Mayor's budget approach, which is theming theirs and indeed allocating money around the recovery missions and foundations?
Yes, the strategic partnerships, the 4 strategic partnerships of boroughs around London have sought to align their work with that of the missions. And I think Councillor Danny Thorpe could probably talk about how boroughs are aligning their work with the London recovery.
I'm sure, but we've only got a certain amount of time, so if I can address some of these to you. Will the Mayor's budget, if Sadiq is successful in May, will the budgets go back to normality?
Sorry, I don't follow the question. What budgets go back to normality? Sorry, I don't understand the question.
This somewhat muddled budget that was put through last week, which isn't complete in where money is going to. We all know that. It's going to be announced shortly where the finances are actually going. So is he going to continue, if he is successful, around missions and foundations forever, or will he go back to a budget that we can compare with previous budgets that makes it far more easy for us to scrutinise, because we're comparing apples with apples?
Well, if I'm understanding your question to be about the sort of the reshaping of the budget along mission lines, yes, I'm sure that will continue for the foreseeable future, and until the missions are seen as completed, or as completed as necessary. As I say, it is something that I believe London's governance in terms of the GLA and the boroughs have aligned along, so it would make sense to continue it. I was wondering whether your question was in response to the fact that actually the finances have been proved to be a little better than expected in terms of business rates and income from council tax. So there obviously has been some late additions, but obviously whilst that's welcome, they weren't be anticipated.
That's a whole separate issue, which I'm sure we will be coming to at a different time, a whole different issue. Do you think the recovery bodies have found the Mayor's approach helpful in these respects? I mean, I've seen Danny Thorpe. Danny, I don't know you. Hello. Would you say that the recovery bodies have found the Mayor's approach helpful?
Absolutely, and I think the key point to stress is that it isn't the Mayor's approach, and the London Recovery does not belong to one person or one organisation, and I think the fact that we've got representatives on that body from not just London councils but other key partners and business organisations is a demonstration of the fact that we are collaborating across this city to shape a recovery which is for all of us and belongs to all of us.
Yes, but it is the Mayor's budget. There's no getting away with that, and it's the Mayor's budget that we're trying to scrutinise. There's no programme money allocated, so within this budget. So how are you finding it helpful if there is no programme money allocated?
Well, I think the key point about the missions is bringing things together. So, for example, if you look at the Green New Deal mission, actually we're already bringing forward investment in the North London Heat Network, working with GLA colleagues on the Grow Back Greener Fund, which is going to make a real difference, and also working to support the hospitality industry across London through a joint approach. So last week I chaired a joint panel with 75 individuals from across London so that we can build on the great work in Westminster, in Camden, to get streeteries and hospitality all back together. So I think actually the budget is one thing, but the work to support recovery is quite a different measure?
No, but the budget is vital, because if you don't know how much money you've got, you don't know what good you can do in the various areas that you're proposing to help, which is very, very credible. I give you that, but at the end of the day, if you don't know what money you're getting, I don't know how you can find it extremely helpful, because intentions are one thing, but the hard cash at the end of it is what we need. Do you know what, well, I'd better go back to Jules Pipe, since you're the Deputy Mayor. Do you have any idea which programmes are going to be funded and which are not? Because as so far, the Assembly hasn't been told.
Well, all the programmes are really funded through realigning existing budget streams, really. I mean, one that I know best, obviously, is skills, and the money applied in the good work strand of the missions is a use of money freed up from the adult education budget that would have, through where there's been, say, underperformance in, and I'm trying to draw an example here. Normally in the AEB, where there'd be underperformance in any colleges, in other words, underperformance in terms of numbers of students, one would be able to take that money back and then redistribute it to colleges who are taking in more students, and that's a natural process within the AEB budget. If now, though, we target it at certain outcomes, delivery of certain types of courses, such as, say, green recovery, or any other areas of the economy that we think need to be focused on as a part of recovery, that is usefully redirecting money to address the mission. So money is applied to the missions, but there isn't a new additional pot that we can draw on. I think we would all wish there was.
Yes, I know, but you must accept that for us to be able to scrutinise this, it's extremely difficult. We've got money going in completely different directions, maybe for good reason, maybe not, we don't know. We don't know what money's going into various programmes. It's about as clear as mud, quite frankly. And for those of us that have to look at this to see if Londoners are getting good value for money, it's almost impossible at the moment. I would say we absolutely are not. But I must allow my colleagues to come in questioning. I might come back if there's time later. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Assembly Member Hall. Can I extend warm welcome on behalf of London Assembly to Deputy Mayor Justin Simmons, who's joined us now. Just in terms of process for questions, Assembly members who wish to ask you a question, they will mention that the question is coming to you. If you can please reply in terms of to the point and be succinct, that will help us with the time allocation for relevant Assembly members. So on that note, can I invite Assembly Member Russell to ask her lead question, please?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, my questions are for Deputy Mayor for Culture, Justine Simons, and specifically about issues facing Londoners in creative industries and the part the culture sector may play in the recovery process. So at Tuesday's Economy Committee meeting, you talked about the scale of the impact the pandemic has had on London's creative workers. You highlighted the risk that 150,000 people in the arts may lose their jobs and that 16 billion may be lost from an industry which before COVID was worth 58 billion a year to London's economy. So can you tell me how the Recovery Board and its 9 missions will help to stop this from happening so the city doesn't lose the skills of these creative workers nor its leading reputation for arts and culture?
Thanks, Caroline. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Great. Okay, maybe what I'll do then is kind of unpack the culture work for you because the culture work that we're doing spreads across all of the missions. And perhaps what I'll do is try and kind of unpack that a bit for you so it perhaps makes a bit more sense.
That would be helpful, but be aware that I'm against a clock, so if you can be as precise as I can.
Sure.
Helpful.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so, I mean, the immediate stuff we're doing around recovery is, as you know, all of our culture at risk work. So that is all about supporting individuals and small businesses, largely in London. We've got 700 odd cases on the at-risk register right now. We had our kind of emergency funding, 2.3 million, that went to 300 organisations, and that trickled down to support over 11,000 artists. So we kind of designed it so it would reach individuals. So it helped individual artists to hold on to their studios. Specifically, the creative enterprise zones have been a kind of really important kind of frontline service in a way. They've really come into their own in COVID. They've created a kind of a conduit for support to flow into individuals and small businesses. So just looking at what happened in the 6 zones through the COVID period since March, what we know is that they collectively helped to protect 1,000 jobs and supported 300 organisations and managed to leverage in an extra 1.6 billion. So there's lots more, but I guess they're, in the view of time, there are some of the kind of highlights of how we've been designing our programmes to support the creative industries really directly.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear about all of those different things that are going on, and in particular that 1.6 billion being leveraged in because
1.6 million.
Only a million, 1.6 million. So actually, Justine, these are clearly good projects, but it is a drop in the ocean compared to the scale of what the culture industry faces. Now, you talked on Tuesday about how Brent, as Borough of Culture this year, has been developing COVID-safe ways to engage people in cultural activities. Do you think there are lessons from this work that might help reboot the Central Activity Zone, which has been harder hit than anywhere else in the UK? I think in October last year, their footfall was just 40% of previous pre-COVID levels.
Yes, I think there are. I think we're in a kind of live learning situation, I think, around events, around culture, especially around outdoor events. The other thing I mentioned when we spoke earlier this week was about the World Cities Culture Forum. So we're actually in a kind of live global conversation about how to stage events, how to bring culture back into areas to enable it to play its kind of full role in kind of rebooting those areas and bringing people back. So I think there's lots to be learned from Brent, for sure. There's other festivals and cultural organisations across the capital who've been learning a lot. Greenwich and Docklands Festival did a kind of deconstructed festival where rather than inviting everyone into one place, they kind of unpacked it so it happened at a very hyper-local level. The Brent work was all about kind of the public realm. It was an outdoor biennale. We can see lots of different examples from around the world. So, I think it's you're right. There's lots and lots to kind of rapidly assimilate, so that we can use it to design the best possible or most impactful programme to open up Central London.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's really important that we think, while arts workers clearly need our support, they also have a really important part to play with their creativity in how that recovery comes about. Now, prior to the pandemic, there were already accessibility issues in London's cultural sector, both in terms of work opportunities and chances to enjoy and participate in cultural events. So do you agree that the recovery programme is an ideal opportunity to address this long-standing issue? And what ideas do you have to improve accessibility, both of access to creative jobs and participation for audiences?
Yeah, good question. So I'm just kind of noting it out. So about recovery, ability of recovery to boost jobs and participation. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I agree on both counts.
It's about addressing inequality. It's about, we've had problems of accessibility in terms of, the range of people who are able to get into jobs in the arts, but also for disabled people.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, again, just to kind of go for specifics, I agree with the premise, definitely. This has got to be a moment to kind of shift the dial on this issue. Perhaps I'll give you one example of a thing that's in the pipeline, which is, so I spoke the other day about how the creative industries is coming back at different kind of rates, and so the film and screen industries are getting going much earlier than other aspects of the creative economy. Things like the performance and live industries find it much harder because of the social distancing requirements. But film, led a lot by the Mayor's Film Agency, Film London, has been able to develop these protocols. So we have got the industry kind of rebooting. About 85% is back up and running. And now why that's important is because of the jobs pipeline. So we understand that there's about 40,000 jobs in the film industry in the pipeline, which is an incredible opportunity, and lots of them entry level. So that's something we want to really grab hold of and make sure that we really use this big moment to open up access to those jobs. So one of the things that we've been working collaboratively with Jules's team on is this notion of a dedicated kind of skills piece around that. So a Creative Skills Academy, for example. So that's one of the ideas in the pipeline. But you're absolutely right. There's definitely an opportunity to shift down.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I've got one final question, which is about musicians and creative workers who lost their freedom of movement since EU exit, and now have a problem where they need visas for every single country where they're working. And this is something that is affecting the music industry in particular, but all creative workers as they move towards the recovery. Now, we heard from Maddie Timont-Jack from the Institute for Government at the Assembly EU Exit Working Group recently that government will need to renegotiate a separate deal for these workers, that it can happen, but it does need the political will to go ahead. Now, I'm just wondering, I understand the Mayor wrote to the Culture Secretary echoing industry and cross-party calls for help for these musicians and creative workers. So can I ask if the Mayor has heard back from the Culture Secretary and what more you are doing to support musicians and creative workers who are campaigning for a visa scheme to sort this problem out?
Yeah, to my knowledge, the Mayor hasn't had a response to that letter, but we can check. But to my knowledge, he has not had a response.
If you could check, that would be
for sure. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's a disaster. I think Brexit is the kind of part of a double whammy. We've got all the challenges to the creative economy from Brexit, from COVID, and then on top of that, Brexit, which has massively disadvantaged this kind of like vital industry for us. As you say, there's no free travel for artists. So tours at the moment are kind of collapsing. The National Theatre, it was reported the other day, I'm sure you saw it, and they're not mounting any European tours until the situation is sorted out. Broadcast rights are not agreed. IP is unresolved. in its totality for the UK, it's a £117 billion industry, you know, so...
Justine, I'm out of time, but it would be reassuring to know that you are really on the case with this, because I think it will, you know, the arts sector does so much for London's economy, and it is such an important part of the recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And
Definitely on the case.
Yeah, and can I thank Caroline and Justine for a lovely plug about my borough of Brent, the borough of culture. Thank you. We now move on to supplementary questions from Assembly members. We start off with Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much, Chair. My first question is for the Deputy Mayor for Culture. London has over 200 museums and 850 galleries and hosts 3 of the world's top 10 galleries and museums. This rich offering is a huge draw to London for tourists from both here in the UK and abroad. I was concerned that the government's roadmap has museums and galleries in Tier 3, meaning they won't be able to open until the 17th of May at the earliest. And this is because they're being considered as indoor entertainment venues, despite having more in common with public buildings such as libraries and community centres, which are able, hopefully, to open on the 12th of April. Do you share my concern over this decision, and what have you done to try to lobby against this on behalf of London's museums and galleries?
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think it doesn't really make sense that Primark can open before the Tate Modern. You know, and even within the gallery sector, there's a distinction between commercial galleries and public galleries. So also, you can have a small commercial gallery open earlier than you can, again, like the Tate Modern. And all of these big museums and galleries are you know, have got, by and large, really big, spacious kind of buildings where it is easy and safe to allow the public in. So, you know, I'm working closely with lots of the different industry bodies on this, and we have backed industry and the sector's calls for a review of it, and we're urging the government to follow the evidence, as we always would. So I absolutely agree with you, and we are backing all of those calls.
Lovely, thank you very much. And also, with restrictions on international travel likely to be in place for some time, some of these venues may continue to struggle. How are you working with the sector and government to understand the needs of our cultural venues moving forward and ensure they have the right support for the longer term?
Yeah, in lots of different ways. I mean, we're very kind of connected to all the different industry groups. I sit on the Council for the Arts Council of England. So through that route, I get a lot of kind of intelligence around what the sector needs through the Arts Council, through ALVA, the Association of Leading Visitor Attractions, and through the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board. You know, there's myriad routes in which me and the team are kind of keeping our ear to the ground and understanding the needs of the industry in this quite kind of rapidly evolving picture that we're in right now. So yeah.
Great, thank you for that. My final question, I'm going to, either Jules or Danny can pick this up. Recent data has shown that youth unemployment in London stands at 22%, significantly higher than the national average. Obviously, this has been attributed to things like, through the pandemic, such as hospitality, culture events, suffered massive falls in revenue. Can you update me on the work of London Recovery Taskforce, London councils, and what you're doing to ensure young people are at the heart of London's recovery from COVID? Who'd like to pick that up? You're on mute.
I'm happy to come in, Caroline, just to say, I mean, I completely agree that there's a massive challenge for all of us about supporting young people who have been more disproportionately affected. And I think one of the tragedies about yesterday in relation to the budget, for example, is that we know that only 8% of London's businesses actually employ apprentices. and the apprenticeship levy itself is a huge barrier to actually providing opportunities for young people to engage in entry work. So that's a real push on London councils to try and do what we can to make it easier for businesses. But until we get some national reform in that area, I think it's going to be an ongoing challenge, and obviously sort of more broadly linked to employment amongst young people and their families. We're also, for example, realigning some of our skills and employment programmes at a local level. We know now that in London, I think we've had a 157% increase in the amount of universal credit applicants, which presents a real challenge in terms of a new generation of poverty. And I think what we're also very focused on is how, when recovery begins, we don't end up with a sort of tale of two cities in terms of recovery, particularly for young people. So I think it's a very live issue, lots of things in sort of local areas, and obviously at a strategic level that's also linked to the London missions, which very much has in it a new deal for young people moving forward.
Lovely, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I take next questions, Deputy Mayor Justin Simmons, are you here till 11:15 or longer? Can you just let me know, please?
I'm scheduled to be here till 11:15. It's Simon's, by the way.
Sorry, I do apologize. Right. Can I have Assembly Member Moore, Dr. Moore?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to move on to transport in London's recovery, and my first question is for Matthew Jaffa. How will the lifting of restrictions and subsequent economic recovery impact on the transport in London, and vice versa?
That's a very, very good question. I think it comes in two parts, really, because whilst you have a large demographic of professional, administrative, service sector businesses who can rely on the public transport network, you still have a swathe of businesses who have been affected by an uplift in the congestion charge, and it going to Saturday and Sunday and up to 10 o'clock as well, plus the low traffic neighbourhoods, which have been detrimental in certain parts of London, probably not brought in as they should have been with better consultation. I think it's going to need some really great thinking from the Deputy Mayor for Transport, and linking with the business Deputy Mayor as well, because it's the problem you've had. We don't want to be overloading the public transport system right at the start. Once restrictions start to be lifted, it has to be a gradual coming back to London, so that we can make sure we don't see cases going sky high. It's a case that for a lot of businesses, they rely on a road network that unfortunately isn't functioning to their needs currently, and that's the area that I think this mayor, but also local London councils, have to understand that whilst a plumber, a lorry driver would love to go on public transport, they do need a better functioning road network that accommodates them as well. And I think it has to understand the full gambit of users of all the transport system.
That's really helpful, thank you, and that's food for thought. If I could move on to Justine Simons, with that cross-working in mind, TfL are keeping the night tube and the night overground reopening dates under review, depending on the continuing impact of the pandemic on demand. The latest figures show the night tube and the overground contributed 190 million a year to London's economy before COVID, and supported over 3,000 jobs. Many of which will be in the culture and creative industries. Should the night tube and overground reopen with step 3 of the COVID roadmap?
Sorry, are you asking me that question?
I am indeed. I did. Yeah.
Yeah. This isn't one for me. I'm not on the. I don't have the transport brief.
No, I understand that, but it's the interplay between transport and the creative industries, and whether it would be beneficial for that industry to consider the night tube and the overground reopening with step 3 as those areas are beginning to open up.
Yeah, I'm not across the kind of detail of the transport overlay and the tier system myself. It's not my area, but if you want me to kind of come back to you, I can.
That would be fine. But thank you very much.
My colleagues in transport would be very happy to answer it.
Oh no, I'm sure it's just that interplay with culture that I was considering. But thank you very much, Matthew. TfL have identified a further 4% reduction in the kilometres operated on the bus network to respond to expected future travel patterns, including a passenger reduction in central London and an increase in outer London town centres. From your perspective, what effect, if any, will this movement of bus capacity from central to outer London have on the economic recovery of your members? Because obviously they're spread across London.
I think it's a bit of a catch-22 scenario, really. Like one of the Assembly members mentioning earlier, the need to come back into central London. I think we want to have enough encouragement of that. So making sure that the public transport, particularly the tube, works effectively is a critical thing for our members, because whilst a lot of outer London boroughs would have done, not say okay, but they would have seen that kind of high street renewal and people coming to shop locally during the pandemic, zones 3, 2 and 1 would be the areas that would have seen the dearth of people coming into central London. So I think making sure that there's confidence and that the public transport network and the tube in particular is safe, is clean, and I think the mayor has done quite a lot in this area to demonstrate that. I think that again needs to be reassurance to make sure and hammered home to employees and employers that it is safe to come back into central London once these restrictions are lifted, and that's the critical thing that we need to be addressing.
So, thank you very much. I mean, it is a key area, but also we have seen some development much needed in our local high streets, and obviously some of that bus density may well help that. I think I'll leave it there. I'm out of time, but thank you both very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Simons, before you go, we have a question from Assembly Member Whittle. He's got about 40 seconds. So, Assembly Member Whittle, your question, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Good morning. I noticed that in your reply to one of the Assembly members, you had a good old go at Brexit and the problems faced by musicians. Could I just ask you, isn't it wonderful, though, that because we're no longer in the EU, we have had a fantastic rollout of vaccines of 20 million, which includes all of those creative people and includes all of those musicians. Isn't that wonderful? And presumably you're quite happy that we're not in one of those European countries where it's been so lamentable and appalling. Yes or no?
Justin doesn't need to respond to that.
Justin.
I mean, the vaccine programme is great, and we're all in support of the vaccine programme. Separate to that, Brexit is a double whammy for the creative economy. You know, the facts speak for themselves. No free travel for artists, a collapse of EU touring, you know, broadcast rights not agreed, IP unresolved, you know. These things exist, they are facts, you know. And that is an issue. I can't speak of it in any other way. They are the facts of the matter.
That's the important thing. Their lives are going to be.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm afraid Assembly Member Whittle is out of time. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Simons, for attending the session today. Can I have now next question from Assembly Member Qureshi?
Thank you, Chair. Can I address my question of the future of the Central Activity Zone to Jules Pikes? Jules, what work has been carried out so far in exploring the potential policy solutions to help the centre of London and businesses affected?
Thank you, Assemblyman. Well, the Central Activity Zone, obviously everyone knows this, is facing significant challenge as a result of the pandemic. The reduction in office workers, sharp slowdown in domestic, absence of domestic and international tourism. And currently, people are changing how they are spending, having to change how they spend their leisure time. So the Mayor commissioned a major piece of research from Arup and Gerald Eve and the London School of Economics into the future challenges and opportunities that are facing the CAZ, and that's all going to inform the understanding of the long-term impacts on the central London economy. We got an interim report back from them back in the beginning of February, which was published, and that provided evidence on office use trends in the CAS, and looked at the different functions and sectors of the CAS economic system, and all their interactions, importantly, with the rest of London and the UK. And the report showed that, the CAS is, sort of economic downturn, is collapse in this period. Obviously was huge odds with how it had previously outperformed the rest of the UK. The unique mix of activities, institutions, companies that are located in the CAS, drive London's economy, not to mention being the heart of public administration for the country, the top higher education institutions, some of the top highest education institutions in the country, all adding to the economic capacity of the country. Clearly, COVID has had a severe and far-reaching impact on that. Arts and culture we've already touched on. More than 26,000 jobs on the line in London as a result of the impact of COVID on creative industries. And the nighttime economy, again, well rehearsed. I don't need to take up your time about that. But in the long term, I think if the right action's taken, we should be in a place to recover strongly. The CAS has a really diverse ecosystem. That concentration of all the different sectors that I've mentioned, and all the anchor institutions of the country, it is consistently for centuries had a central global role. And I'm confident that will return. I think office occupiers are going to be essential to that. Yep. They're going to reassess their needs, as I've previously mentioned, but I don't think they're going to abandon the CAS. I think, just to go back to the previous question about transport, London TfL have done so much to ensure that it's the cleanliness of the tube, to get that confidence back, and that's what we need to restore the confidence in people's return. Sorry,
thank you, Jules. You went further than I would have done, but you've explained why I still live on the edge of the CAS, because I think it's where you've got to be to know where London Pulse is. Can I just go to Danny for a second? Can you tell us the benefits to the CAS of the 5 million the Mayor has recently announced to support London's reopening, and what are the key sectors that will benefit from it?
Thanks very much, Assembly Member Qureshi. Obviously, the £5 million that has been announced also extends beyond the CAS, because it's specifically for tourism and hospitality. So I've been making some representations to the Deputy Mayor for Business, for example, to ensure that places like Greenwich, which play a significant role in London's tourist and hospitality economy, with over 1 million overnight stays linked to tourism in the previous year, are also able to benefit from that money, because I think whilst we have some absolutely fantastic institutions within the CAS, which are the lifeblood of London's sort of cultural sector, we've also, for example, got the world's leading entertainment venue at the O2, which is situated outside of the CAS. So I've been assured that that money will reflect the sort of wider position around the broader sort of the broader positioning of where London's tourism economy is.
Thank you, Danny. And can I just make a plea? Don't forget small businesses in the CAS. I think they're critical, as well as all the big business interests that we have in the central activity zone. Thank you very much.
It's all part of the crucial ecosystem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Assembly Member Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. The idea of Assembly Member Qureshi being at the pulse of London is so amazing. We're so thrilled to have him amongst us. My question is for Councillor Danny Thorpe. Good morning, Councillor Thorpe. It's about the need for a robust safety net for possibly millions of Londoners who are desperate to avoid being trapped in poverty and can see little support coming their way to relieve their hardship. You spoke earlier about a new generation in poverty, and I wonder if you could give us a couple of examples of how the missions of the Recovery Board will ensure that Londoners in need will receive the support they so desperately need.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Arnold. And obviously there is a lot of work going on in amongst London councils and indeed with the Mayor to ensure that those Londoners that find themselves in poverty are going to be supported in the best way possible. And I think none of us are really there yet in terms of understanding all of the structural inequality issues that have been highlighted in the context of this pandemic. And it's absolutely vital that moving forward we continue with that work, because I think that, you know, a pandemic which has come on the impact of 10 years of austerity in our city, when we have seen rising inequality, poses many questions for all of us which have to be answered. So if, for example, we look at the Good Work for All mission, we know that actually London employers all paying the London living wage and having, you know, really good standards of pay is absolutely essential, and tackling those who are most likely to be exploited and exploiting is going to be absolutely vital. You know, we know that the impact of the pandemic on low-paid workers in particular, and the continued, I think, failure to address the right amount of money for people to isolate who need to in some of those professions has been a real issue in terms of containing the virus. I also think that when we look, for example, at health outcomes and the disproportionality in health outcomes, there's huge questions for us as Londoners, for example, about the issue of weight. And we know that actually weight and obesity has played a significant and disproportionate impact in this pandemic moving forward, and that has got to be addressed. And I think, you know, making sure, for example, that we as London councils get those business grants distributed out to businesses as quickly as possible, so that we can, you know, support you know, small and medium-sized businesses to be able to pay those workers has been absolutely essential moving forward. And I'm really pleased that we've been able to provide, I think, almost just under 50,000 grants now direct to individual organisations within the city, so that people can be supported at this crucial time.
Thank you for that full answer. Were you disappointed that the budget didn't offer you any real support? In fact, local councils were hardly mentioned. How are you really going to be dealing with the COVID impact, the years of austerity, and, if you like, the issue about young people coming into, well, they're not coming into a market because no market exists?
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Arnold. I mean, I think public services do seem to have been missing largely from the budget yesterday, and that is a huge concern. And also, if I've read the Red Book right, there's also a £9 billion cut in there to NHS budgets, which I think poses a significant challenge at a time when clearly the NHS has been at the forefront and essential to our critical response. And we have to unpick what that's all going to mean and understand it, because we know we've seen the pressure on our own hospital system, where we've been forced to build hospitals and conference centres because in many ways we'd run out of beds, and I think that is going to be a huge issue moving forward. As you say, nothing really on schools or education, which have been clearly impacted massively by COVID and will continue to do so. So we await further information, I think, around the government's plan to address those inequalities.
Well, thank you, and I wish you and your colleagues all the very best in the enormous task ahead of you. Thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to address my questions to Jules Piper, if I may. And I just wondered, Deputy Mayor, if you could update us a bit on what progress is being made by the GLA in conjunction with London councils through the London Recovery Board on the Green New Deal recovery mission.
Yes, certainly. And the Green New Deal mission is going to form an integral part of the recovery team work and our recovery from the pandemic. And that's going to be both over the short term and the long term. I've said earlier, we want to make sure the recovery leads to a greener, fairer, more equal city. So the GLA Environment and Energy Unit and London Councils, they've formed a joint working group to lead on this mission. And the teams worked hand in hand in the development of it and the development of the mission scope over the short, medium and long-term priorities. So last November, the Mayor announced the first 10 million of the Green New Deal Fund projects. And they're going to be supporting green businesses and hopefully creating around 1,000 jobs. And those projects also focus on tackling inequalities as well, that have been highlighted through the pandemic. It'll focus on activity in areas with poor air quality, where people have limited access to green space, and overall sort of take action on areas of greatest climate vulnerability. There's a further £12 million of funding available that will be split evenly across the next 2 years. There's further money, similar amounts within the GLA's core environmental programmes as well. So altogether there'll be about £20 million a year has been allocated to this mission over the next 2 years, 20 plus 20. So there's a whole programme of activities to deploy those funds to further the Green New Deal mission.
I wonder if I could just ask you a little bit about what we need to do, and obviously this speaks very strongly to your particular brief as the Deputy Mayor, around the skills agenda, because you talked about creating 1,000 new jobs, and I know that the overall mission for the Green New Deal mission is to double the size of London's green economy by 2030, so in 9 years. We've seen work starting already on zero emission zones, which you were just referring to, but also retrofitting London's domestic buildings is a massive problem and will really address the climate emergency, because obviously a lot of emissions relate to domestic dwellings. But are we really in a position to get on with that? Have we actually got the skilled workforce that we need to start retrofitting London's domestic dwellings? What can we do there?
Yeah, I think there isn't an area in connection with COVID and the problems that people associate with COVID, where actually those problems were already pre-existing and COVID has just highlighted them. And yet again, this is one of them, that we don't have people, a ready army of people to be working on green initiatives that should have been in place and working anyway. COVID's just really highlighted the urgency. So you're absolutely right. We do need to train more people up. The Green New Deal programme links very well with the Good Work mission to develop a Green Skills Academy. We're looking to the model that we've used for the Mayor's Construction Academy to transfer the learning to that over to a sort of a virtual academy for green skills. We're looking for it to develop a really high quality training offer to develop the green skills base to meet that demand. And also the Mayor will be launching an adult education, well actually we have, we've launched it, the adult education budget last week, the adult education budget recovery fund to support training in the growth sectors, which obviously includes green, low carbon and so on.
So I just wondered if I could bring in Matthew Jaffa here, just to say how much will this impact in terms of those small companies across London, because we're talking here about really stepping up. Is this something that is attractive, and are small companies involved in this?
our own statistics show that around 70% of FSB members state that a green policy in their business is important. I think we would like to have heard more from the Chancellor, particularly around job creation, particularly in these particular areas, not just purely job retention. Whilst, measures such as furlough and self-employed grants are welcome, I think for us, there was no announcement about job retention bonuses or ways to cut down on national insurance contributions if you're taking on new jobs or new jobs in green industries or other innovation sectors as well. So for us, I think it's us filling the gap in terms of job creation that's going to be most critical. I think the support that the mayor can give, local authorities can give to help bring small businesses along on this road is going to be the tough one. But I think it's a journey they want to go on, but they do need incentives and support to take advantage of it.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right there, and I think that has been an issue really. There were very many welcome things in the budget, but there were some gaps that you quite rightly point out. I do think that the Green New Deal recovery mission could go a lot further, as you say, if the government was boosting London and our recovery in that area much more. But I'm going to pass back to the Chair. Thank you very much for your answers on those areas.
Thank you. Assembly Member Gavran.
Yes, I just wanted to come in. Can you hear me? I just wanted to come in with a couple of quick supplementaries to follow what Assembly Member Cooper was saying. If I can ask you, Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe, good morning. If I can ask you about to say a little bit more, you've said quite a lot about skills, but a little bit more about the way you're going to deploy the adult education budget in relation to the Green New Deal and skills. It's to me a very important tool.
Yes, absolutely. It is very important. Just sort of segueing from Leonie's question to yours. I know that the boroughs have something like almost 400 proposals that they drew up for shovel-ready when they were asked to say, what shovel-ready projects have you got that would align with the Green New Deal? And the boroughs could come up with practically 400 across about 20-odd boroughs. Came up with that number. So it is essential that we get going on matching that level of ambition, both with the funding that we would need from central government, but also with the skills base. With the adult education budget, as I say, we've City Hall's just launched the Good Work for All fund. Up to about £32 million is going to be made available to support Londoners with the skills needed to access good work. The competition will use part. It's a competitive fund, and will use part of the London's AEB explicitly to support the recovery programme. Sorry, you were going to come in.
So is this the providers? Who's going? The adult education colleges.
The AEB budget will be for training providers. So the 32 million is for skills and training providers.
Right, for training providers. Could I just ask quickly one other question, which is a sort of finance question? But the Retrofit Accelerator programme has been receiving money from the ERDF fund and has just had its last tranche. So it needs to go forward, of course, and I'm just wondering, have there been discussions with government about replacing that ERDF funding?
This unfortunately falls under the long-running discussions of the replacement for European funds, and so the pressure goes on to how that will work. I'm concerned that any replacement for European funds that the government has promised will be similar to the announcement yesterday, will be directed away from London.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is to Danny Thorpe, if I can. It's a general question. Obviously, the pandemic has meant that many people have or are likely to lose their jobs in the forthcoming months. So what retraining opportunities are you supporting to those people who are in that position?
Thank you very much, Assemblymember McCartney. Obviously, we have, and actually many London boroughs have sort of job brokerage schemes which are in the process of welcoming people in and not only maximising their income through the welfare benefit system at present, but also, for example, supporting people to be deployed into other areas. So I've personally spoken to actors and other people who are in hospitality who are supporting the vaccine programme and some of our testing sites whilst their industries are closed down. And I think, we would really hope that those industries do come back. And I think that sort of rather strange campaign of the government of, you were a dancer, retrained to do something else was actually very frustrating, because those jobs are hugely valuable to Londoners, and we hope that all of those industries will come back. And obviously, as has been alluded to, the boroughs are trying to do their best, for example, around what jobs we need to create in the future, as opposed to what jobs we just need to support through those schemes right now. So in a number of boroughs, for example, on the link to the Green New Deal scheme, we're involved in the Mayor's Building Council Homes for Londoners programme. We're providing huge opportunities for people to build actual genuinely sustainable council house building now across London. And I think, as has been alluded to, if we had more sort of fiscal incentives from the Chancellor, we could really expand that into a wider programme for London.
Thank you. My next questions are for Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe, if I can. And it's really just to say that obviously there are particular groups of workers and particular geographical areas in our city who have been particularly affected by the pandemic. If I take into account in my constituency areas such as Tottenham and Edmonton, with high black and minority ethnic populations, they have disproportionately been affected. They are more likely to have lost their jobs, to have been furloughed, to have had reduced hours. And I just want to make sure that the monies and the schemes that the Mayor is in charge of is particularly going to target those people who have been disproportionately affected.
Yes, I can absolutely give you that assurance. The recovery programme's Good Work mission, it sets out the ambition to support Londoners into good jobs or help them progress in the careers that they're already in. And obviously the largest, the most effective tool in the toolbox that we have is the adult education budget. It's now more than sort of £330 million in the coming year. And it absolutely, the Mayor wants to ensure that it's targeted at obviously it's 8 and 19 plus is where that expenditure can go. We're not allowed to replicate any expenditure that is targeted at ages below that. But then that gives us the black, Asian, minority ethnic groups, parents, carers, newly unemployed Londoners, people at the risk of redundancy. As I say, it's not just about progression in jobs, but actually maintaining jobs as well, and learning new skills to maintain your job. Particularly targeting when I say targeting, how it works in practice is to ensure that colleges can offer, are in the position to offer courses to people in low wages, learning less than the London living wage, for example, and ensuring that those are fully funded rather than expecting people in low wages to come up with part of the wage themselves, part of the course cost themselves. So we've taken over the recent months, any number of steps to widen provision and widen access to the very groups that you listed in your question. We're allowing training providers to use up to 10% of their budgets more flexibly. So rather than tightly prescribed courses, using 10% on innovative courses about getting people through job interviews, for example. Those kind of basic skills, basic core maths, English, ESOL, for example. So we're also fully funding level 3 qualifications as well for those on unemployed or below the London living wage, even if they have a level 3 qualification. So the government's offer is you have to be older than 24 and you can't have already had a level 3 qualification. But we're saying, no, actually, if you're in crisis, low wage, made redundant, if you need training in something at level 3, well, then we will fund you on that, on a short course lasting less than a year. We've also raised the rates for core subjects as well, like English and maths, by 10% to attract better teaching and retain good teaching in the skills sector. And now we're in this coming year we're expanding that across all subjects and raising what we're paying colleges by 10%. So there's a whole range of interventions we've made to really focusing on ensuring access to the very people at the heart of your question.
Thank you, and I'm reassured by that. And obviously a lot of my concern is around young people who have just left education and are entering a job market that is extremely difficult. And we know young people are often the first to be let go from their job. So you've talked a little bit about the Good Work for All Fund and how that will be targeting it's to provide to support young people and others. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was about how you're going to be encouraging anchor institutions in London, such as the NHS, local councils, to actually take on young people through the schemes, and particularly around apprenticeships. I'm a bit concerned about the government's Kickstart scheme, for example. Lots of places promised, but very few young people actually placed on it as yet. What can you do about that?
Yeah, well, apprenticeships, we've always said, are key to future employment, particularly for young people in London. And of course, apprenticeships are the very thing that have been hammered by the pandemic, because the very idea of apprenticeship is having someone learning within a business or job in career environment. And that has when we're all working from home, so many people working from home, even if you're in a trade, if you're young apprentices, you don't want to encourage additional people coming onto premises and people's homes at this time. So it's been a real hammer blow to the provision of apprenticeships. So before the pandemic, we had a number of apprenticeship programs planned. The key one was the London Progression Collaboration, and that was all about increasing apprenticeships. Because of COVID, it's pivoted because it'd be swimming against the tide, frankly, at the moment to radically increase apprenticeships at that time when the pandemic first started. So they pivoted into giving advice to businesses how they could maintain apprenticeships at the moment. However, now they have moved on to the very point you make about how can we get bodies to introduce new ones at this time, and they've been tackling the issue of pooling unspent levy funds, and already they've been successful in getting £5 million, more than £5 million now of unspent levy funds from people like the BBC, Amazon, a number of London boroughs as well, because obviously with reducing budgets, it's been impossible, totally understandably, it's been impossible for London boroughs to take on new apprentices themselves. But if their monies are pooled with the likes of Amazon, BBC and so on, then we can identify employers, small businesses particularly, who can deploy that money. £5 million isn't going to change the world, but I think it's interesting that the kind of people who have done it, Amazon, BBC, local London boroughs, it's a good exemplar. And we need to promote that to businesses of all types, saying if you can't spend your funds, and this particular situation in time is maybe understandable, we can show you the way and demonstrate how we can get those funds into small businesses, small and medium-sized enterprises, to be able to use them effectively and take on young people.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Deputy Mayor, Hughes Pipes. You talked earlier on about vaccine hesitancy, and of course, it's the way out of it. A vaccine is a way out of this tunnel. but of course it does depend upon that many people taking it up, and unless many people take it up, and unless we're all safe, none of us are safe. So what work has the Recovery Board done to attack or to address vaccine hesitancy in London?
Yeah, absolutely crucial issue, Dr. Sahota. Work to address vaccine hesitancy is being led primarily by the SCG, and that's part of their as part of their immediate response to the crisis. Now that work involves obviously really comprehensive engagement and a communication plan, and they focus on obviously the communities that have expressed the greatest uncertainty about the vaccine. In many cases, the same communities that have experienced disproportionate infection and death and overall impact from COVID. Black African communities, Black Caribbean, South Asian. There's obviously Central and European communities as well, Roma Gypsy travellers. Also Latin American communities as well. So vaccine hesitancy was discussed at a recent meeting of the London Recovery Board, and one of the board members is the very excellent London Regional Director of Public Health, Kevin Fenton, and he's playing a leading role in the SCG response. And he shared data with the board members, that powerfully, ensured partner organisations were very aware of the challenges. So that's the key thing. It can't be led just by, this isn't just a health issue that is led by the health department or the health authorities. It's a health issue that should be owned by everybody. So he made sure all organisations were aware of the challenges and the work being undertaken to address the hesitancy and how everyone could contribute. And so the Recovery Board called for all parties with links to all those communities to help counter the misinformation and address the concerns that people have. And I think overcoming the suspicion, I think, is going to be a long-term endeavour. That I said that everyone has a part to play in, from celebrities and footballers through to health professionals on the front line.
I think you're absolutely right. Of course, this messaging has got to be very local and communities. So are you aware of any funding which our London boroughs have got to get the message right, to take it into their own communities? Are you aware of that?
I'm afraid off the top of my head I couldn't say, but I could get back to you.
Okay, that'd be helpful. And of course, the other converse thing is that we have all this misinformation going out on social media, whether it be Facebook or WhatsApp. So social media companies have a responsibility to make sure that they do act responsibly. Have you had any discussions with them about how they're acting responsibly to make sure that misinformation is not propagated throughout society?
Yes, I know that the Public Health England and others are regularly pressing across the board for all those communication channels to behave responsibly.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I take, Jules, can I take you back to Joanne's McCartney's question between skills training and the ability to build capacity into various sectors? So, for instance, we know that one of the barriers to retraining or getting people back into the world of work is effective childcare. We also know across London there are gaps in the provision, whether it's childminding at one end, flexible care, or even nursery provision. And of course, we could grow that sector if we wanted to, because some of it has collapsed during the pandemic in terms of some of those small businesses have gone and maybe need to be re-established. What plans are there in economic recovery issues? What strategic plans are there to build the capacity for the issues of childcare across London, working with the various stakeholders to do that as a contribution to economic recovery?
I think I'd have to get back to you with detail on it. Happy to do that. But it's people obviously are very aware. It was an issue even before COVID that the economics of childcare provision were extremely fragile, with the amount available in childcare for support from the government. The government has regularly brought forward new programs of childcare support, but making places available for certain ages, yet the levels of funding associated with it, once you get below the headlines, have meant that it was virtually impossible for childcare settings to actually provide at those rates. It was simply uneconomic. We've got obviously the impact from COVID has been that people aren't at work and aren't able to take their children to many childcare settings. Probably a small number of key workers may be finding childcare. There's limited childcare arrangements for there, and so many settings have probably closed and gone under as a result of COVID as well.
Sorry to interrupt, but does that not lead us to a conclusion then that maybe that we ought to then concentrate on some flexible childminding issues? So the last round of childminding training strategically done was probably a couple of administrations ago. I presume that capacity has gone in some boroughs and needs to be grown again. And surely some of our training opportunities, because we want childcare issues, needs to have to be done in certain locations where we've got gaps. I'm not suggesting we've got gaps right across London in childminding, but there may well be some gaps that could be grown and provide a useful way back into the world of work for some, but also retraining, like any opportunities, cultural industries, people used to go on to other things. What we found with training childminders is their horizons have opened up to other opportunities as well as contributing to the economic recovery. Does it not point to that?
Yeah, I absolutely would agree. I think the recovery, the elements that are making up the recovery board are looking, are very aware of this issue around the future of childcare. Within the AEB in my sector in skills, we're absolutely looking at what you're saying about the issue of training, and that will form part of many of the sectors that we're looking at, key sectors, whether it's social care, health and social care, or indeed childcare, and so we will be ready with that. Also, we're providing the business support as well for the sector as well via the London Business Hub as well. So they've been providing advice and guidance to the childcare sector as well. I think though that whilst we can do we can ensure the training is in place and we can provide advice and guidance, I come back to where I started. The key thing is funding per place from central government, and we had a problem going into COVID, and we are in danger of emerging from COVID with people wanting to get back to work, and the crisis being worse than ever, despite us being able to provide advice and guidance and training for would-be providers.
Okay, can we just turn now to the recovery missions, the 9 recovery missions, and clearly the pandemic and the third lockdown interrupted some of that work. I've been following some of the minutes of the recovery board. So where are we on? Can you provide us with a little pen picture on where the updates of the different various recovery missions are? And then you might wish to follow up with something written to all Assembly members for future scrutiny, if possible. So could you just provide us with a little pen picture of where we are?
I think I'd need to do that in writing to do them justice.
Okay.
I mean, with the nine missions. I mean, I've on the Green New Deal. You know, I've mentioned some of the funds that are going that we're taking forward there, focused on. I say air quality and climate change, but obviously there's a big element of job creation there. High streets for all. There's obviously the enhanced public spaces. I've mentioned the shovel-ready projects and some of the sums of money that are focused on that, and you know the medium-term project there is to bring underused high street buildings, an exemplar of bringing underused buildings in communities back into use in every single borough by 2025. And you know the progress there is that, you know, we're expecting bids back within a couple of months. I think it's around June or July. Bids back for that programme. Young people, the New Deal for young people. You know. There's the mentorship programme, which again I'd have to write to you on that, on the progress on that, a mentor for all young Londoners and youth activities. London is into good work. We've just been exploring that. There's a lot that's been going on in the AEB. I could fill 2 hours probably with you on the work that the changes that we've been making on the skills front, and working with providers both in the private sector and the colleges. Mental health and well-being. Again, there's the well-being ambassadors. Again, off the top of my head, I can't give you progress on that. A lot of work's been going on digital access for all and connectivity, both in the infrastructure work that was brought forward about 6 months ago. With providers, but obviously a lot of work's being done about providing devices and support for people. The robust safety net that we were discussing with Jeanette earlier to prevent financial hardship. A lot of work, again, we haven't got the cash to provide, obviously, a replacement for government welfare. But what we can do is provide advice and guidance for people, and improve advice and guidance across the piece in London, and we're very active in that, and I could give some examples on that. And then there's the healthy food and healthy weight. That's probably furthest from my area of knowledge. And then there's the building strong communities work as well, about access to community hubs and building strong community networks. You see, some of these are at the moment we're in the kind of engagement phase coming out of lockdown. A lot of the missions, I mean, unusual, I think, for probably a government work, that we are actually giving ourselves deadlines in the terms of, say, 2025 for their completion. But there will be milestones and KPIs along the way. But I think for a number of these missions, we're at the working with people like Danny, working with his colleagues in London councils, working across all the myriad groups, community groups, business groups that I've mentioned throughout this session, to do the planning about the delivery of these things. But as I say, I think in writing to you, I think we can outline some actual tangible milestones on short-term projects.
Thank you for that. And of course, just sort of alluding to an earlier question, so when you write to us, probably even if within the next month or so, we should see some fully developed programmes that we can monitor and scrutinise, probably really starting, some would have already started, but from September onwards, really, in terms of getting underway. But we should see some detailed programmes around these recovery themes. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would hope by then, for example, we would be saying, you know, take the High Streets for All programme. I'd like to think by September I'd be able to have a conversation with you all saying, well, these boroughs have put forward these projects, and they're aiming to deliver X, Y, Z in these localities. As I say though, with those kind of programmes, as so much of what the GLA can do, it's about exemplars for other people to follow, because we don't have the funds to enable a transformation of the whole of London. All we can often hope to do in regeneration, in terms of the budget that the GLA hold, is to showcase what can be achieved and encourage people to do that. So the work we're doing on high streets is a very good example of that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The Labour Group is out of time. I'm sorry. Thank you. Next question is from Assembly Member Bailey. Assembly Member Bailey.
Good morning, Jules. Can I ask you, first question is, why was a mission-based approach selected?
Well, it was based on the work of Mariana Mazzucato at University College. And it was really seen as an appropriate, I think, response to the pandemic and recovery, in having kind of a time-bound, clear approach that drew on all those kind of wide, breadth of sectors and organisations and players that I outlined, as I've outlined earlier, rather than it being simply driven by a small central group. I think the size of the problem is necessitates all players coming together around a centrally agreed mission, and that's the key thing. It's a mission that everyone has to agree on, otherwise not everyone is going to be wholeheartedly pulling their weight.
What provision was made for the fact it bears no resemblance to our budget process historically, and that's made it very difficult to scrutinise it properly? Was any provision given to that?
I'm afraid budgets, in terms of the GLA budget, as I think you're talking about, is relation to the missions budget, is a bit above my pay grade. I think I'd have to come back with a written answer to you on that.
Okay. Why were the 9 missions chosen? Why these particular 9?
They were seen as the key problems that we would be facing as a result of the pandemic. I mean, clearly there are other ongoing problems that don't go away. I mean, housing isn't one of the missions, but then again, there's a specific housing recovery task force. There isn't one on crime, which obviously is a key priority for the Mayor, but the Met are very involved in the work of the Recovery Board, and issues related to crime are threaded throughout the recovery missions.
Okay. When you write to us, can you help us try to understand where this money is going? Because the big issue here is where are these budgets going, and without that, it makes it very hard to perform our task as a scrutiny board. Let me move to a slightly different question. Earlier on, my colleague Peter Whittle asked about people being attracted back to the centre of London who are working here. What specific work has been done to get workers? Because Danny Thorpe talks about the £5 million the Mayor has pledged, but that, he said, is directly for tourism. And there's a twin thing here, getting our tourists back would be great, and also getting our workers back. What specific work has been done to attract working people back into the centre of London?
Well, I mentioned the research that we've been undertaking with Arup and Gerald Eve. Their interim report's been published, as I mentioned. We're expecting the final report shortly. I think it's a moving issue, a moving issue at the moment about organisations and what they think the future is for their workforce in office-based activity. I mentioned the change in Barclays, which is a sea change in the opinion of the chief exec there. and what Goldman Sachs said only within the last week. I think the key thing, we've touched on it already a number of times, is about confidence of people to travel on public transport. A lot of work's been, we all know that the work that's gone on there to make the tube safe. We will be undertaking campaigns to Londoners about getting back on the tube and its safety. To overcome what I think is the greatest barrier. Obviously, there'll be a lot of work with business through the business boards that the mayor has in place because the most powerful thing is actually going to come from businesses themselves. Obviously, the mayor is going to bang the drum for London globally, nationally, and within London itself to Londoners. As soon as it is safe to do so, and we've always said this, as soon as we're confident that there won't be another wave and that we have suppressed that, particularly through the vaccine programme, then all of us, and the mayor will be leading that, will be banging the drum to get people back into the office. But as I say, it's got to be, we've got to keep our powder dry at the moment, because we've seen too many expectations of a false dawn, shall I say. I think I've been before you, whether it's been at the, I don't think it's been at the plenary, but perhaps it was at the Economy Committee last year, when of course we discussed this very issue about getting people back into London. And I said then that it was too early for us to suddenly push, and I think I said that, you know, taking any action then was in danger of creating a super spreader event, and indeed, lo and behold, we had another wave. It would have been very reckless of us, I think, to have encouraged people prematurely back to London back in last year. So I think we need to rightly follow the government in this, in saying it's a cautious approach. But as soon as we have confidence in the situation, confidence in the vaccine, which seems to be growing day by day, you know, we stand ready. We've done the background work. We've done the preliminary work on things like cleanliness on public transport. So I think we're well positioned, as soon as we know that it's safe to do so, to say to people, there is no reason not to be back.
What is your criteria for knowing that, for this certainty? You talked about second waves, you talked about you cannot do this prematurely, so, and the work you've been doing. What is your criteria? What are the numbers? What are the things you need to see to start this process?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier about the SCG, and how the SCG partners are responsible for monitoring the 4 tests that the government has outlined. You know, to be about the vaccine deployment and making sure that continues successfully. Because obviously, you know, something could happen in supply that slows down. So, you know, we need to make sure the deployment programme is going. We're going to have confidence that it continues into the future. The fact that you know, the evidence that vaccines are sufficiently effective in reducing hospitalisations. Only this morning I heard on the radio about some upticks around the country and possibly in some London boroughs. So again, we need to have confidence that hospitalisation, however well the vaccines are being rolled out, we are actually seeing a sustained reduction in hospitalisations and deaths in those vaccinated. I mean, the third one was about infection rates. Making sure there's no surge in hospitalisations again, and making sure that, you know, we're on a sustainable trajectory there. And fourthly, that there's no change in risk about new variants. So if there was a sudden, you know, a whatever variant, whether it's Kent, whether it's Essex, wherever it's from, whatever country it's from, having confidence that the vaccine programme is not going to, you know, our vaccine programme and the reduction in hospitalisations isn't going to be thrown off course by a new variant. Those 4 tests are the government's. We have a body in place in the SCG to monitor our progress against those tests, and it's those that will give confidence that the reopening roadmap is a safe one.
Thank you. Matthew, if I could come to you, Is there anything specific you think that the Office of the Mayor of London could be doing to help your members feel confident to come back to their places of business and attract their staff back as well?
I think first and foremost, it's critically important that we get the message out or help small businesses who are going to struggle more than larger business to get these kind of rapid tests into the business. And I think it's businesses, for instance, if you've got catering businesses in London, 20 staff, there's the ongoing worry that you might have to someone self-isolate, bang, the business, it can't operate straight away. And it's going to need rapid tests for the smallest businesses. It's going to be critical over the next 2-3 months as we start to reopen again. But I think as well, the other issues regarding international tourism is going to be critical. The amount we spend compared to our international competitors over in previous financial crashes has been woeful. We have to make sure that as a brand, as London, we are starting to promote what we offer, the benefits of coming back when it's safe to do so, and we're spending enough budget to be able to compete with the Parises, the Berlins, the Singapores, everywhere other parts of the world that are going to be they're going to be aggressive, and we have to be equally as aggressive.
Okay, thank you. Jules, last question. Is there anything the Mayor can do then to help the speeding up of the arrival of these tests? Is there something administrative? Is it just a case of continually asking for them? Is there something that could be done to make sure that small businesses in particular get these tests very quickly?
Small businesses get the tests. Sorry, you've lost me on that. I mean, these tests are ones that the government have set for how the behaviour of the virus, the pandemic.
Sorry, Jules, let me help you. I'm talking about testing kits. Matthew made the point that for small business, testing kits will be key. I'm wondering, is there anything the Mayor can do to make sure that they get those testing kits speedily?
I'm happy to take that away and see what partners can do that are involved in the SEG, and that will be the place for me to take that back to.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any further indication from any of the Assembly colleagues. So we have now reached the end of the question and answer session. Can I thank our guests, Deputy Mayor Pipe, Matthew Jaffa and Councillor Thorpe for answering our questions today. The Assembly has a few more items of business. Sorry, I've just been...
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, Andrew
Hold
Beck
on.
just came in on the
WhatsApp
saying he had
this
further
is why
question.
this is why I've just stopped, because I was shown that there is an indication, late indication from Assembly Member Boff. I'm very happy to invite him to ask his question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for coming in.
Not at all. Thank you.
Just a question to Jules Pipe. Who chairs the London Recovery Board?
It's the Mayor.
Where is he?
The Mayor?
Yes, the chairman of the London Recovery Board. Where is he?
I don't know the Mayor's diary today.
Well, Twitter tells me he's electioneering in Bounds Green with Assembly Member McCarthy. Actually, is he with you, Assembly Member McCarthy? If you'd like to put him on, we have a few questions we want to ask him.
Chair, this is so out of order. Point of order, Chair.
No, it isn't. It's an excellent question.
It is not. It's a point of
Look,
order.
Well, he was with Assembly Member McCarthy earlier. Assembly Member McCarthy has been able to attend this meeting, and yet the Mayor has decided not to.
Look,
I just wondered if there was a way
Assembly
of
Member
bringing him
Boff,
on.
Can I just say, Chair,
can I stop everyone, please?
Not questions to me, but I would appreciate it if my fellow Assembly member could get my name correct. It's McCartney.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do apologise.
Can I also...
I think he's called Biff or something, isn't he?
Absolutely.
the,
I was thinking of
Excuse me, Chair, am I still needed?
approach to London. I do
Sorry.
apologise.
Sorry. Yeah.
So he's not there. Fair enough. I'll ask my question to you if I can, Deputy Mayor. The Bishopsgate street space scheme showed that City Hall has a blind spot when it comes to engaging with disabled people. Their interests were not sought, or their participation was not sought, and resulted in a scheme that made it more difficult for them to travel. How will the Recovery Board ensure that disabled Londoners will improve the procedures for making their voice heard?
Okay. Right. I should actually probably correct one of an answer that I gave earlier. That actually it isn't just the Mayor who chairs the London Recovery Board. It is, of course, the Mayor and Georgia Gould, who is the Chair of London Council. So it is jointly chaired, and I was kind of remiss for not giving due credit to both chairs.
Neither are here.
So, I mean,
neither are here.
Okay. So I'm sorry. I don't know who's invited. I'm not involved in obviously who the invitations go to for this body. I mean,
the Recovery Board is an important part of our pathway out of this crisis, is it not?
It is. I mean, I don't sit on the Recovery Board, so I will help you as best I can.
Indeed. And it seems a shame that if it's that important, we can't get either chair here to answer questions from the Assembly.
Well, as I said to Assembly members earlier, I mean, there's a very complex organogram of tiers that are involved in the recovery. Although I am in one of the very much sort of junior tiers of that, as one of the economic strand, I hope I've done my best to answer the questions of the Assembly today.
Well, let's get back to the Bishopsgate street space scheme. How will the Recovery Board ensure that disabled Londoners can have their voice heard better than it's being heard at the moment?
Well, I mean, the Mayor's Equality and Diversity Advisory Group, and that does certainly include representatives from deaf and disabled people's organisations. That provides advice and guidance on the work of the recovery programme. And I know that the representatives within that body have been appointed to lead on equalities issues, and they come with decades of experience of advocating on behalf of disabled rights. So there is that advice and guidance and that input. I'm happy to write to you with the names of the specific people.
And can we ensure, for example, as was not ensured in when the Bishopsgate street space scheme was installed, can we ensure that the Recovery Board will take into account the increased costs for any disabled Londoners as a result of their schemes? Can we have that assurance?
Sorry, that
the Recovery Board will take into account in its schemes what increased costs there might be for disabled people in London.
Yes, I'm happy to take that back.
But we can get no insurance because the chair isn't here. It would be much better if I could put this to either chair of the Recovery Board.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
Yes, I mean it's easy for me just to say yes. It would. But I suppose it would be more useful for me to respond to you in writing, or someone to respond to you in writing, with the detail how it would work in practice. Because obviously, things like the example you mentioned, so the street space scheme, would inevitably come up under the sort of the High Streets for All programme, and the London Recovery Board wouldn't be considering those individual programmes, project by project. So I think I'm sure it would be in order for me to give the assurance that yes, the Recovery Board would expect that those extra costs to be taken into account. But obviously it's for the boroughs putting in the proposals to also factor that in making those proposals to the the High Streets for All programme. And I am absolutely confident that the expectation that all Londoners' interests are recognised and are addressed by these projects will be at the heart of of what people are, the documents describing what people are bidding for. It will be at the heart of those documents.
Well, I thank you for your faith in borough government, but it's those very same boroughs who completely neglected the interests of disabled people when they introduced the many LTNs. What I'm looking for...
Sorry, Andrew, I'm saying that the expectation is in the bidding document. The offer that is being made by the High Streets for All programme, it's in that the expectation will reside, that it is addressing the needs, the programmes are addressing the needs of all Londoners. Obviously, then it will be up to bidding boroughs with their projects to meet those requirements.
So the Recovery Board will insist of any bids that the increased costs of any scheme to disabled people will be taken into account. Is that an assurance that you can give me?
Well, as I say, it would be probably more constructive if I wrote to you so we can disentangle the relationship between the London Recovery Board and one of the particular missions on High Streets for All. And how it's going about the disbursement of that money and the competitive process that's involved.
Can I assume that any bids that are considered by the London Recovery Board will have certain criteria that they insist upon before such bids are approved?
Well, as I was trying to explain, but it appears I did a terrible job. The London Recovery Board won't consider the bids. It will be whoever's over the element of the structure that is considering the High Streets for All mission, and it will be for those judging the bids, the high street bids from boroughs, to make that call. And as I'm saying, and as I said to you, I cannot imagine that consideration of disabled people isn't within the expectation of those requirements in the bidding documents. I would say that the criteria of the High Streets for All bidding process has not been an item of discussion at the London Recovery Board. Is my probably safe assumption. I think you're seeking assurance on an important bit of detail, but a bit of detail that resides at a tier lower than the Recovery Board itself.
Well, surely it would be up to the Recovery Board to insist that certain standards of consultation take place by its lower tiers.
And I'm sure it would if it has been asked to address that. But you've addressed it to me, and I've said that I'm more than happy to take it away and ensure that it's addressed. I have a great deal of sympathy for you, Mr. Pipe, because the person we really wanted to fire our questions at isn't here. And the reason I'm pursuing this is because if you take, for example, the Mayor's published London Recovery Programme, there is not a single mention of disabled Londoners in that document. Don't you think that's an omission? I think that the words and phrasing used throughout the documents are very high level to be all-encompassing. It hasn't always divided and tried to list all groups. That doesn't mean to say the groups aren't included.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned quite a few times, Deputy Mayor, about high streets. Now, how do you think high streets, especially in Outer London, are going to be affected by the Outer London tax, commonly known, I think, as the boundary charge?
The boundary charge? Oh, sorry, this is what for people to come into into Greater London.
Charging people to come in, which is
Right.
going to absolutely
Well, the thing is that the mayor has had to propose that, and obviously it's only kind of an idea stage. But we have had to be radical in our thinking when all the vehicle excise duty that is collected by central government for all the cars driven in London owned by Londoners does not get spent on London streets. And so at the moment we have the perverse situation where people's fare money spent on TfL fares, some of that is having to be spent on tarmacking and maintaining roads in central London. I think it's wrong that those who are using public transport have to subsidise the roads of private car users. So if the government made a sensible decision to use some of the fair proportion of vehicle excise duty on central London roads, we wouldn't have to be considering such draconian measures.
Right, can you now answer the question as it was put to you, please? It's not a difficult question. How do you think this outer London tax is going to affect high streets in outer London?
Well, I don't think that it will come to pass, because I am hopeful that the government will see some sense about the funding of roads in London.
That's not the question.
Withdraw it.
Well, Jules, please go ahead.
I just think it is absolutely incredible that we are having to look at how we reinvigorate high streets, how we look at improving businesses, and suddenly businesses that are on the outskirts of London are put at this terrible threat of a tax for their customers to come into London just to use their shops or their businesses. It shouldn't be even used. It's clearly being used as a lever against the government. You should not put all these businesses or give them all this worry. It is an absolute disgrace. I repeat to you, if it is put in,
you wouldn't be needing to consider it.
Look,
Madam,
I'm sorry, Assembly Member Hall. Conservative group is out of time, and that does definitely conclude our question and answer session for this morning. Can I once again thank our guests for their contribution and for their time. The Assembly has a few more items of business to conduct.
Thank you,
but
Chair.
You are obviously, please feel free to go. Thank you very much once again.
Thanks, Jules.
We now turn to the motion listed on the agenda in my name. Can I ask that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked?
Noted.
Thank you.
Agreed.
The Assembly will now adjourn for a short break, and will return to continue with the remainder of our business in 10 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, please, Chair.
Welcome back, colleagues, to our second part of the plenary session today. Since it's just gone 12:30, can we extend our session as required under standing orders to complete remainder of the business?
Agreed.
Thank you. Can I ask our clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to check members present, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just to confirm the attendance for this afternoon session.
Yeah.
We have with us virtually Assembly members Arnold, Bacon, Berry, Boff, Cooper, Duval, Eshalomi, Gavron, Hall, Moore, O'Connell, Pigeon, Prince, Qureshi, Russell, Sahota, Whittle and Arbour, the Deputy Chairman, and yourself, Assembly Member Shah, in the Chamber. As before, we have apologies from Assembly Members Devonish, Dismore and Curtin, and we're expecting Assembly Members Bailey, Desai and McCartney to join us shortly.
Okay, thank you. We are quorate, so let's proceed. Item
Chair,
number...
sorry to interrupt you, Chair. Just so you know, I need to put apologies in advance. I'm going to need to leave the meeting in about 20 minutes' time.
That's very kind of you to let us know. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, the same goes for me. A little bit later than that, but I won't be able to go for the full stretch.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. That's noted as well. So can we move on to petitions and invite Assembly Member Russell to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Sorry, I've just this is one of those moments online. Do you want to go to the next thing and come back to me? I'm so sorry.
Would it be helpful if I read the prayer, Chair?
Yeah.
That's
okay
very
with you?
helpful. Thank you.
No problem. So Assembly Member Russell has submitted a petition with the following prayer. We call on Transport for London and the Mayor of London to commit to the following. 1. Immediately stop the excessive removal of vegetation from trackside TfL embankments. 2. Ensure that TfL carries out biodiversity surveys before trackside work begins and that these are made easily accessible to the public. 3. Ensure that local residents are informed in good time before trackside work begins and given time to feedback questions and concerns to TfL. 4. Ensure that TfL contractors are trained in effective vegetation management and biodiversity preservation. Please act now and protect our vital green trackside spaces and wildlife in London.
Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree that it is forwarded to Mayor of London for his response?
Agreed.
Thank you. We now move on to motions. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of the motion may speak for up to 5 minutes, the seconder of the motion may speak up to 3 minutes, and the debates and speeches may not last for more than 2 minutes. Thank you very much. We have 7 motions and a few amendments which you've been notified, or you will be notified of the amendments as they are agreed. So can we start with motion number 1, which is on Commission for Diversity in Public Realm. It is in the name of Assembly Member Hall, who is going to propose and seconded by Assembly Member Bailey. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking today about the Commission for the Diversity in the Public Realm. This commission is divisive, is unnecessary, and it's a waste of money. And it is just not a priority for London at this moment. Now, the Mayor said he set up the commission to look to broaden the diversity of those championed through statues and plaques, memorials and street names in London. That is good. It's London honouring and celebrating more deserving people, and it's how it builds its own history. Nobody could object to that. Well, they couldn't if they had confidence that that's all that the Mayor wanted to do. The problem is very clear. the Mayor is also intending to use the Commission to rewrite London's history, to remove the parts he doesn't like, and he has said that he hopes that statues come down himself. And then you look at the membership of the Commission, stuffed with far-left activists. One who has already resigned after racist and anti-Semitic comments came to light, another who has revelled in statues being pulled down illegally. The Mayor should not be giving people with such views the power to change London's history. He's making Londoners pay for this, and he wants to use the Commission to bully councils to impose his will on London, a way that far exceeds his remit. We must all remember we learn from history. If you remove or edit the bad or the questionable, you learn nothing. Our history is our history, for better or for worse. And it is not the Mayor's place to change it. And it is certainly not the place of his Commission. Thank you, Chairman.
Assembly Member Bailey, do you want to second it formally now?
I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. I've got 3 indications so far. Can I first start with Assembly Member Arnold? Got up to 2 minutes.
Chair, thank you. We will not be supporting the Conservative motion to scrap the Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm. I'm not surprised that this motion is in front of us today, given the hostility of the leader of the Conservatives. And we've heard again her position when she introduced this motion. And we've also, we've heard so much from the seconder. And if there's anyone who's been divisive in this chamber, we then only have to look at the Conservatives' mayoral candidate and his claim that multiculturalism could make the UK a crime-riddled cesspot. We support the Commission and its aims as it focuses on increasing representation from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, women, the LGBTQ+ community and disabled groups within the public and political life of our great city. I just want to ask my colleagues, why does it frighten you? Why do you not want to see the truth of history represented in our public domain? Why are you so frightened of recognising diversity? What is it about the rich history of Black, Asian, disabled and LGBTQ Londoners that you do not want to see represented? What is it that offends you so? Londoners and young Londoners in particular deserve to see themselves and their own history recognised and celebrated across our statues, plaques and street names. This motion from colleagues opposite seeks to abolish something that seeks to not rewrite history, but shine a light on the lies of history.
Thank you. Can you wind up, please?
And I ask my colleagues to support me and reject this motion here today. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Assembly Member Barry.
Thank you, Chair. I know the Conservative group put disbanding the Commission for Diversity in their budget amendment. This is their second attempt to get this through the Assembly. The Green Group couldn't agree with it at the budget meeting, and we certainly won't agree with it now. London is a global city. We are proudly multicultural. Around a third of Londoners were born abroad. We speak more than 200 languages. This diversity is our strength, and I'm proud to be a citizen of a city like this, and I want to celebrate all our communities. We should celebrate the Windrush generation, our Latin American community, women, disabled Londoners, and our LGBTIQA+ citizens, and give our young people shining examples of all of their heritage that speak to them and inspire them. My group strongly opposes any attacks on celebrating every one of our citizens from every community, and therefore we will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Whittle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do strongly support the motion from Assembly Member Hall. Let's be quite clear about this. Let's go back to when the Mayor originally launched this last year in the middle of chaotic scenes in our streets. The fact he talked very openly about the fact that London was a largely Victorian city and basically reflected a bygone era. Well, it might come as a surprise to him, but a bygone era is indeed, by very definition, history. It is our history. It's not just London, and this is what is so important about this. It is British history. London is full of statues, memorials, street names, which have a resonance around the country. He said also that this had captured the public imagination. I think he is surrounding himself far too much with the kind of people, activists and campaigners, that he's actually put onto this commission. Because in fact, all polls show that there is no desire for this whatsoever. And in fact, amongst the public, and in fact, of many issues that we've had to deal with over the past 5 years, I have never known such dismay expressed to me by people and members of the public at the idea that their history is under attack, because essentially that is what this is. Some of the members today are trying to put a very positive spin on this, looking at the future. But we all know what this is really about. And the fact is that this is part of a more general sort, which we're seeing across the country, on our heritage, a desire to rewrite our heritage, a desire to, if you like, sow a sense of shame in our history. And what is worse, it is Philistine, it is historically illiterate, and indeed we are having to pay for the privilege. 250,000 already put by for this commission. We are actually having to sit and finance the rewriting of our history. This is an appalling commission, and it should be disbanded immediately.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, Assembly Member Arbour.
I want to endorse everything that Assemblymember Whittle has said, and I would remind members that where this kind of thing has happened abroad, first they come for the statues, then they come for the books, and then they will come for you. This is an outrageous proposal. I wholeheartedly support the motion.
Assembly Member Bacon, have you indicated for this one?
Indeed I have, Chairman. Thank you very much for calling me. Look, I support my colleagues in putting this motion. If this was such a burning need, then where was it in the Mayor's last manifesto? History hasn't changed. It wasn't in his manifesto. He could have done this in year 1, or year 2, or year 3, or even in year 4. He didn't. As Assemblymember Whittle has just said, he chose to do this directly after the Black Lives Matter protests last year. What this is, yet again, is expensive virtue signalling. It's paying a lot of public money to jump on a passing bandwagon with an eye for the election coming up. And what it is a betrayal of this country's history, an attempt to rewrite it. If it were not, then where is the balance in the Commission? Where is the balance in the membership? There isn't any at all. Allegedly, these people were appointed through a proper competitive process. They were vetted and interviewed. Really? Then why has one of them had to be forced out for public comments that he made several years ago? Nobody did any background checks. These are hand-picked political activists. There is no balance in this at all. It's an absolute disgrace, and it should be defeated. Thank you.
Assemblymember Desai.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually planning to speak, but I will now do so to make 2 points. I find it quite outrageous that Assemblymember Tony Arbour, normally a person who speaks with reason, even if I don't agree with him or in a rational manner, should draw parallels with Pastor Niemöller's speech about Germany when they came for the Jews, then they came for the communists, then they came for the trade unionists, and then there was no one left to speak for me. 6 million Jewish people died in concentration camps. And to draw such parallels, I just think that is outrageous, Member Arbour. And to hear words being used by people normally who have no respect, but our history being betrayed, our heritage being betrayed. So let's get things in perspective. For me, this commission is about, forget who's on it, let's look at the purpose, right? It's about adding to the history of London. It's not about removing history. Some of the history, from my perspective, is a shameful past. but it is looking at what has made modern London, the contribution of our many communities over not just years or decades, but centuries. It's about adding in a positive way. I would want this commission to look at, for instance, the contribution that the women in Dagenham, who actually went on strike at Ford's Dagenham for equal pay in the late 60s made, and that led to the Equal Pay Act. Those women happen to be white women, but they are part of our history, our heritage. Or the Asian women, Asian women, who went on strike at Grunwick's in the 1970s, a strike that actually I was proud to be part of. I couldn't get away from it. Our first house in London was on the doorsteps of Grunwick's. But that actually showed how the inhuman conditions of bad employers. These are the people who shape modern London. BME Londoners, black Londoners, white working class Londoners. It's about preserving that history. I just saw something on Facebook during lunch break. The Popular Rates Rebellion, when popular councillors said we are not going to put up the rates over 100 years ago, whatever it was, because our duty is to our constituents. Tower Hamlets Council is now putting money to restore the mural in Hale Street in Poplar, which has actually deteriorated.
Can you wind down,
that is
please,
a part of our history. So that is the reason why actually I'm against this amendment. It's not about removing history, it's about reinterpreting history possibly. It's about adding to history to acknowledge the contribution of all of our Londoners who made the city the great city that it is.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member O'Connell. Assembly Member O'Connell.
Thank you very much. Once this applause is closed down, and I will unusually completely disagree with my comrade Umesh Desai on this particular issue and very much support this motion. I'm horrified of the way that the movement of cancelling statues, cancelling debate in our universities, the way this country is going. It is an absolute disgrace. We should be proud of the good parts of our history, and we should explain and challenge, perhaps, the parts of our history that we aren't so proud of. But we do not cancel that. We do not cancel that. We hold a healthy debate, and I think that's right. Pulling down statues is not what we should be doing. And the Mayor clearly has a record of leaping on any passing woke bandwagon, and he's leapt on this one, and I think he's made a mistake. He should not be doing this. And again, like others, we talk to people, everyone talks to residents and people who have opinions. And I think if he asked people outside, as been pointed out earlier, his own circle, he would understand from Londoners and people in the country that they are heartily against statue defacing, statue cancelling. I think this is wrong. It's wrong from the way of the British way of life, which is inherently liberal with a small L. It encourages debate. This closes debate. It's wrong, it cancels our proud history, and I very much support this motion.
Yeah.
Are there any more speakers? I haven't got any further indications, so can I invite Assembly Member Bailey, who reserved his right to second this motion? Assembly Member Bailey.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll tell you why this motion is important and why it should be supported. Many of my colleagues have spoken on this, are good, decent people who I have much respect for, but they're speaking about what they would have done with this motion, not what the Mayor has proposed with this motion. I take you back to his comments about tearing statues down and wanting to see it happen. None of the conversation he has had until he was proven to be wrong by the 84% of black Londoners who do not want to see this happen. Did he even for a second think that this would be divisive? If you want to write in proud trade unionists, black women, Indian people who've had massive effects on the world and London, go right ahead. We welcome that, but that's not what the Mayor did. And Umesh said that it doesn't matter who's on commission. Oh, yes, it does, because that's the action. If he for a second, and I mean the Mayor, was to be doing what Sean said or what Unmesh said, I'll be the first to sign up. I am a black Londoner. I only exist because these people stepped out on my behalf and took risks on my behalf, be they black or they white or they working class. But the Mayor is trying to undo that history and rewrite it politically to suit himself, and that's unfair on Londoners. If there is a statue in London that you dislike and you do not believe in what that person done, then how do your grandchildren find out about it if you remove that statue? How do we make sure that mistake isn't repeated again? How do we challenge that to improve the trajectory of Britain into the future? We don't do that by allowing a mayor to rewrite history to suit him. He should be focusing on bringing people together. A commission should be talking about how we add to London, and not retrospectively after he's been caught out by people in this assembly, and more importantly, Londoners, for his divisive tactic. He should be talking how we bring people into London, how we bring them into the experience, how we make sure their experience, their lived experience, the tapestry that makes London becomes recognised in London through landmarks, through plaques, through roads. And addition is a great thing, but he is talking about omission, an omission led by him and his cronies, which simply is unfair, unjust and unmoral. And the reason I ask you to support this, members, because remember, the mayor is not proposing the broad, open suggestion that Sean made or Umesh made. He's talking about rewriting history to suit himself. He's talking about writing certain communities out. And I say this to you, someone for you who's an absolute inspiration may be a villain for someone else. Are you prepared to have them written out? Are you prepared to have them written out? Because the mayor was going to make those decisions on your behalf, and I simply do not think he is capable, he's responsible enough, or has the qualifications to do so. Let Londoners write British history. Let Londoners represent themselves. I commend this motion to you because it's the right thing to do.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Assembly Member Hall, your right of reply, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Let me just say I make absolutely no apology for defending our statues, defending our history and defending our heritage. As Londoners, we're all very proud of the fact that we're a really multicultural city. But I would suggest to all of you that you can be proud of both of our multicultural city, as well as being proud of our heritage and our history. Trying to suggest otherwise by various members of this assembly is nothing short of disgraceful. I say bravo to the comments made by my colleagues, and I will suggest to all of you that we have the majority view of Londoners on this one. I think you've got this very, very wrong. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. Thank you. Can we put it to vote? Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will call Assembly members in alphabetical order, and members are asked to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining on this motion. The Deputy Chairman and the Chair are listed last. Assembly Member Arnold.
Against.
Assembly Member Bacon.
Emphatically for.
Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Berry.
Against.
Assembly Member Boff.
For.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Emphatically against.
Assembly Member Desai.
To record the contribution of all Londoners against.
Assembly Member Duval.
Against.
Assembly Member Eshalomi. Assembly Member Eshalomi.
Against.
Thank you. Assembly Member Gavron.
Against.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Against.
Assembly Member Dr Moore.
Against.
Assembly Member O'Connell.
For.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince.
Representing the vast majority of Londoners, for.
Assembly Member Qureshi.
Against.
Assembly Member Russell.
Against.
Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
Against.
Assembly Member Whittle.
For.
Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
For.
And Assembly Member Shah, the Chair.
Strongly, very, very strongly opposed.
Thank you, Chair. That is 14 votes against and 8 votes in favour, and that motion falls.
Thank you. Now, members, I can confirm that all amendments have been circulated. Altogether, there are 1, 2, 3 amendments to the remainder of 6 motions before us. I'll take now motion number 2, which is about boundary charge, which is in the name of Assembly Member Susan Hall, and to be seconded by Assembly Member Keith Prince. And there is an amendment to this motion as well. So if you'd like to indicate, Assembly Member Hall, if you are prepared to accept the amendment. Thank you.
Right. Do you want me to speak on the amendment as it is at the moment, and then the no, not the amendment, the actual motion?
Well, if you can speak on your motion, of course.
Has the amendment been passed? Does it not change what we're saying substantially enough for it not to?
No, look, first I invite the proposer of the main motion, followed by the proposer of the amendment. What I'm saying, when you speak,
okay.
Yeah, if you can indicate whether you are likely to, or you'd want to accept the amendment, that would be helpful. So over to you, Assembly Member Hall.
Right, okay. So I'm speaking now on the boundary charge.
Yeah.
As we know, the Mayor has asked TfL to explore the possibility of a boundary charge to raise money for TfL. In fact, he's threatened to do so unless the government devolves the road tax with him. So complete blackmail there. The whole Assembly supports the devolution of road tax, but to threaten this charge is completely unnecessary and potentially damaging. It's not about balancing TfL's books. It's about playing brinkmanship with the government to get what he wants. It will hit outer London the hardest, affecting businesses. Its suppliers and customers are charged to drive into London. It will hit people who come into London by car to work, and that does, let's face it, include nurses, teachers, police officers. And one could say, well, they should use public transport. Very often they're on shifts that prevent them actually doing that. And we don't want to do a single thing to make these key workers no longer want to work in London. We must face facts. Lots of them have had to move out of London simply because the Mayor has not built enough houses, despite the fact that he's been given billions of pounds to do so by the government. It will disrupt families, making it harder for grandparents or relatives to look after children so that their parents can work or whatever, or just even to visit. The Mayor needs to rule out the prospect of a boundary charge in all circumstances. His outer London tax must go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, do you want to second now or reserve your right?
Yes, I formally second, Chair, and reserve my right. Thank you.
Right, we have a Labour amendment in the name of Assembly Member Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, do you want to propose your amendment, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll propose the amendment. Members, even in my short time on the Assembly, I've repeatedly witnessed the naked political opportunism of the Conservative group, and this motion, as it stands, is about as opportunistic as it gets. So let's bring the facts into the political picture, which is what our amendment seeks to do. In case it's escaped the notice of our astute opposition and noisy members, COVID has dealt a massive blow to TfL's finances, and that in turn leaves a huge sinkhole in the budget for London's road maintenance. So what's to be done? Well, firstly, we haven't actually seen any concrete proposals for a boundary charge. This remains purely theoretical. In fact, the Mayor's focus isn't really on that at all. What the Mayor's proposing is that London keeps the £500 million it raises in vehicle excise duty each year, money that currently is spent entirely on roads outside the capital. I think it's a reasonable request. I think many of you on the Assembly think it's reasonable. I think our Conservative colleagues don't know what they think, having co-signed a letter to their minister backing retention of VED, only to vote against our motion last week. You see, the Tories do seem to be rather all over the place when it comes to funding for London's transport services. The Transport Secretary doesn't want London taxpayers to see any of the VED they raise. Instead, he tells the Mayor to put up taxes. The Mayor follows orders, and in doing so cushions some of the blow on TfL's budget. But the Conservative group on the Assembly don't like that, so they try and amend the Mayor's budget by taking that money back out of TfL. That in itself is strange. You see, the Conservative group previously backed our calls to retain free travel for young people in the over 60s. But in trying to cut TfL's budget, we can only assume they are no longer committed to keeping those concessions. Of course, the Mayor's focus is also on securing a long-term sustainable funding deal for TfL. So far, Grant Shapps has resisted. This is a blatant political calculation, given he so willingly handed over no strings attached bailouts to private rail operators. And you see, the Conservatives' way, party comes before principle. It's probably why our Conservative colleagues have been largely silent in response to calls to get behind a multi-year funding deal. That would require them to put the interests of Londoners above political interests of the Conservative Party, and that simply won't wash. But perhaps that's too harsh. Perhaps this is not an exercise in the deliberate dismantling of core public services. Perhaps this is a matter of confusion. You see, we need to be honest with Londoners about the challenges before us and the options resolving them. Perhaps you simply don't understand those challenges, and quite obviously you don't have the answers. Our amendment seeks to provide clarity in this, and whether it's lacking a clue or lacking conviction, this inclination on your part to ignore the facts and to blindly attack does nothing to serve the interests of Londoners. And frankly, I don't think it serves you well either. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Dr. Sahota, you're seconding the amendment.
Chair, I second the amendment formally and reserve my right to speak.
All right. Like we always do, we'll have one debate for the motion and the amendment. I've got two indications so far. Can I first invite Assembly Member Russell, please?
Thank you, Chair. The Green Group supports the amendment from Assembly Member Moore, as we think there are serious issues to address for the long-term sustainable financial support for Transport for London. We need to move on from blunt charges towards more nuanced options that reflect how clean vehicles are, like the ULEZ, or how many miles are driven, like road pricing. What we want to see immediately is for the ULEZ to be made London-wide, and in the longer term to replace all existing forms of boundary or area charges, including the congestion charge, with smart, fair, privacy-friendly road pricing. There has been clear cross-party consensus for years that Transport for London needs access to vehicle excise duty raised from vehicle owners in London, and the government should move on that. And we need to rebalance TfL's finances away from the excessive share paid by public transport fare payers. Therefore, the Green Group will support the Labour amendment and then support the motion if it is amended. Thank you.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you. I'm very happy to support this amendment to the motion and then the motion if amended. I think there has been some misleading claims made about the boundary charge. For example, the suggestion that Londoners would have to pay it, which is simply not the case. And calling it a London tax, I think, means that many people perhaps living in outer London think they would have to pay it if by chance a boundary charge ever came into place. But the reality is this is just a suggestion at present. It came from an independent review of TfL's finances. It's no more than that. It's also a suggestion in a report that has been published, unlike the KPMG report, which we'll be coming on to shortly. I'd also like to add it's not clear-cut even whether TfL has the legal powers under the GLA Act to introduce a boundary charge. I note that a written mayoral question I have tabled on this has yet to be answered. But my view is this boundary charge is not a great idea. Charging people for just passing an arbitrary boundary is not the way forward. We need to move forward to a more comprehensive system for charging vehicles according to distance they've just driven, the time of day, the real impacts they're having on creating pollution and congestion. That would be fairer. That would be a far better way for tackling congestion and air pollution. However, for today, this amended motion sends out a clear message about what should be the first step in London, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I take it there are no further speakers. So on that basis, can I first invite Assembly Member Prince, who reserved his right to second. Thank you.
I think you should be calling Dr. Sahota first, actually, Chair.
Doesn't make a difference. There's no particular.
Why?
There is, I've been told, no particular order, so please go ahead, Assembly Member Prince.
Okay. London is one city, but one city of many parts, both culturally being one of the most diverse cities in the world and geographically being one of the largest cities in the world. You have the ultra-modern Docklands to the east, and you have the mix of the old and the new in the very centre. London Bridge has the Shard, Europe's tallest building, casting a shadow over the home of Henry VIII. In my part of London, you have the hustle and bustle of Romford Market, contrasting with the tranquillity of the farms in Upminster. London deserves a mayor who understands its diversity and also respects it. This mayor needs to appreciate that a policy which appears to benefit the centre may have unintended consequences that damages the outer lying boroughs such as mine, Havering and Redbridge. This outer London tax will severely damage the economies of outer London boroughs like mine. Both my boroughs border Essex and are reliant on people travelling in from Essex as customers for their shops, for their tradespeople, for their essential workers, even down to grandparents who look after their grandchildren whilst their parents are out earning a living. We have seen the failure of Crossrail, the extension of the LEZ last week, and the proposed extension of the ULEZ. All of these have and will damage the economy and the lives of those living in outer London. Only last week, residents contacted me to tell me that as a result of the LEZ starting, they are now out of a job. This lack of understanding and lack of care epitomises a mayoralty that has no understanding or regard for the suburbs. What London desperately needs is a mayor who understands all the different aspects of the diversity of London. By even considering this outer London tax, it clearly shows this mayor does not understand London. So I'm urging you to reject the amendment. I'm urging you to vote for this motion today and for Sean Bailey on May the 6th. Thank you.
Assembly Member Prince, thank you for seconding,
Chair,
but not
Chair,
the last bit.
No.
Wasn't quite necessary.
Giving
Thank
London
you.
as an option.
He's rather made my point.
This is all electioneering.
He really has.
Assembly
It's just for electioneering.
Member
Chair,
Prince.
it's an absolute disgrace. I don't think we should hear from the mover of the motion at all.
Well, mover can we hear from Assembly Member Dr. Sahota, who reserved his right on the amendment? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the last speaker let the cat out of the bag. What this motion is really about. It's about electioneering. It's about the propaganda that they're following in the outer boroughs and all the mass leafleting of misinformation they're putting out in the outer boroughs. And of course, I think the biggest threat that's been to outer London has been the Brexit, and that has really damaged the economies of outer London boroughs. But let me tell you, I think Assembly Member Pigeon already made the point that this was a suggestion made by a think tank on behalf of the mayor, as the mayor was having to explore how else do I raise finance on a long-term basis for the sustainability of TfL in the absence of the government playing politics with the Londoners. This is a response, right, after the mayor wasn't shown the report commissioned by the government at taxpayers' money from KPMG to look at what are the options for the long-term sustainable funding of TfL. So when the mayor was asked the last question time, can you rule this in out and can you rule it out? He said, look, there's nothing for me to rule in or rule out. This is a suggestion from a think tank and we need to consider all these options. So there's nothing to say that this will come in or won't come. But what you can do, of course, if the Assembly members from the opposite proposal of this motion really want to help Londoners is to put pressure on the government to make sure that London gets a long-term sustainable funding from the government, that we do get the vehicle access duty given to Londoners, which we so desperately need, and not to play politics with Londoners who've done the right thing in COVID. So I think this is sheer panicking, sheer misinformation. This is one of the reasons. This is the sort of thing we're getting all the misinformation. We're getting all the vaccine hesitancy. This is the cause, right, for misinformation. And I think the Tories shouldn't have done this. But they've let the cat out of the bag. What this is really about is about election campaign for their members. And please don't use Assembly for these purposes. Use it for the best interests of Londoners and to do the right thing for London. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now I will invite right to reply in reverse order. So can I have Assembly Member Dr. Moore, who was the proposer of the amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague, Dr. Sahota, has absolutely made the point that this is about political electioneering. And I just want to be clear that actually this considering of options was precisely what was requested and required of the Mayor and TfL as part of the second funding deal. So it really does you really are not being fair, but this is about politics. This is about what you're selling to the outer London boroughs. There is no proposal around a boundary charge on the table. What we're talking about is VED, and actually that is precisely what we should be coming together vigorously to persuade the government to support London with, and not playing politics with a mythical boundary charge for political purposes running up to an election. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall.
Well, I'm quite incensed, actually. This is not about playing politics as such. Unless, of course, politics is about looking after people, and that is why we're elected. And that is what we are doing. And I must say, I think my colleagues need to be taking this a damn sight more seriously. The Mayor has not ruled this out. I will repeat the issues here. An outer London tax is about the last thing that London needs right now. The Mayor just cannot have even thought the damage that this would do to businesses. I've mentioned before, nurses, teachers, police officers, firefighters. We need all of those. Yes, to the point, they may not be Londoners, therefore they will have to pay for it. Believe you me, we will pay for it if we don't have emergency services properly looked after by our emergency personnel. It's an absolute disgrace to put this down to politicking when people in the outer boroughs are worried. They're small businesses, they've got customers that come from outside the area coming in. If you go in and out of London to buy small objects, as it were, you're not going to then pay a £350 or £550 charge on top. Again, it'll hit the poorest the most, those that rely on grandparents to do babysitting while they work, because they can't afford for their children to go into nurseries. That will be hit. It will be hit from all over the place. You are all very blasé about this. Our Mayor's got a habit of putting things in. Suddenly we're facing something different. I feel very passionately about this. All of the people that live in outer London would be affected so badly by this, and every one of you has been elected to look after our residents, our Londoners, and the Conservative group certainly are. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Hall. I'll put the amendment to vote. Can we have the roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I will call Assembly members now for alphabetical order, and they are asked to vote asked to indicate whether they are voting for, against, or abstaining on the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Dr. Moore. Assembly Member Arnold.
For.
Assembly Member Bacon. I think Assembly Member Bacon's left the meeting. Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
For.
Assembly Member Boff.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
I am for the amendment.
Assembly Member Desai.
Assembly Member Desai.
Sorry. Just unmuted myself, should have got used to this by now. Yeah, like Senator Cooper, for.
Assembly Member Duval.
For.
Assembly Member Eshalomi has also left the meeting, so Assembly Member Gavron.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Moore.
For and for London.
Assembly Member O'Connell.
Against. Sorry.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against the amendment.
Assembly Member Qureshi.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
For.
Assembly Member Whittle.
Against.
Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Against.
And Assembly Member Shah, Chair.
For.
That is 13 votes for the amendment, Chair, and 7 votes against, so that amendment is carried. We move to a vote on the motion as amended. Again, I will call Assembly members in alphabetical order. Assembly Member Arnold.
For.
Assembly Member Bacon. Oh, who's left the meeting, sorry.
Yeah.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Again.
Assembly Member Berry.
For.
Assembly Member Boff.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
I'm for the amended motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Desai.
Assembly Member Desai.
Sorry, Chair, again, for the amended motion.
Assembly Member Duval.
For.
Assembly Member Gavron.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Moore.
For.
Assembly Member O'Connell.
Against.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against.
Assembly Member Qureshi.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
For.
Assembly Member Whittle.
Against.
Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Against.
And Assembly Member Shah, Chair.
For.
That is 13 votes in favour of the motion as amended, Chair, and 7 votes against. That motion is carried.
Thank you. Next, motion number 3, which is on KPMG report in the name of Dr Moore, Assembly Member Moore.
Thank you very much, Chair. Members, last spring, as you're all well aware, COVID sent TfL fares income plummeting. At the peak of the crisis, we saw a 90% drop in fares, 90% drop. But TfL wasn't the only transport provider to be hit by this global pandemic. Without much hesitation, the government rode to the rescue of the private rail operators. Deals were handed out to those companies, no questions asked, no strings attached. But London was a different story, because anti-London sentiment froths from the mouths of this government, and it was there in all its spiteful glory. When help did come, after weeks of lobbying from TfL and the Mayor, there were conditions, and any talk of a long-term settlement was met with sneers. Pandemic or not, this government was not going to pass up an opportunity to give London and its Labour Mayor a kicking. In addition to whacking up fares and increasing the congestion charge, the government also announced they'd commissioned KPMG to review TfL's finances. London was being asked to jump through hoops the rest of the country simply were not. But nobody actually objected to the commissioning of the report. In fact, TfL and the Mayor repeatedly stated their desire to work in partnership with the government to support London's public services through this crisis. The government, though, they took a different approach. Firstly, it was clearly determined that the findings of the KPMG report were never going to see the light of day. why that might be. Instead, as negotiations began on a second emergency funding package for TfL, the government saw an opportunity to twist the knife. I can only imagine the salivating in the Transport Secretary's office as the punitive condition after punitive condition was thrown into the mix. An expansion of the congestion charge, further fares rises, an increase in taxes, all form part of a nasty concoction this government had in store for Londoners. And yet there was no justification for this, because surely if the KPMG report had uncovered anything crucial about TfL's finances, surely the government would have been the first to tell us. We'd still object to them punishing Londoners, but we wouldn't be left with the inevitable conclusion that this government's approach to funding negotiations has been nothing more than a crude political exercise in the middle of a global crisis. But no, the Transport Secretary insisted on keeping the KPMG report under lock and key. The only person to finally be given any sight of it was the TfL Commissioner, but even he, the man tasked with leading TfL's negotiations with the government, was dealt the insult of being handed a copy of which two-thirds of the content was redacted. TfL held firm against the government's fire and saw off the worst of their punitive conditions for now. Yet, until the government abandons its obsessive anti-London stance and commits to delivering a long-term funding deal for TfL, our public services are not safe from their wrath. What Londoners need as we go into this third, and I hope final round of negotiations, is transparency. So I'd ask the government and the Conservative Assembly members who are considering voting against this motion today, what are you afraid of? TfL has been forthcoming with their own financial modelling. So why is the taxpayer denied access to the government's report? Could it be that the report undermines this false narrative you so resolutely pursued, that a Labour mayor is responsible for falling fares of income in a pandemic? Because I hate to break it to you, you've already been busted on that. Sadiq Khan reduced Boris Johnson's deficit, TfL deficit, by 71%. He increased cash balances by 13%. Londoners know they're being lied to when you ridiculously claim that the mayor has bankrupted TfL. And the worst of it is that when you perpetuate myths like this or the boundary charge, you do our capital, but also our country, a huge disservice. TfL has shovel-ready projects waiting, projects that could support manufacturing in places from Scunthorpe to Goole. When you undermine London's recovery, you undermine Britain's recovery. So my plea to the Assembly today, and particularly to members of the Conservative group, is actually to do your patriotic duty by backing our capital. Together, let's urge the government to be transparent, to publish the KPMG report, and to join the mayor at the negotiation table as grown-ups for a change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon, you have indicated you're seconding. Do you want to speak now?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you. I'm very happy to second this motion today. Last October, London's business leaders wrote to the Secretary of State for Transport urging that the KPMG report was published. In a joint letter signed by Jasmine Whitbread, Chief Executive of London First, Richard Burge, Chief Executive of the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Rowena Howie of the Federation of Small Businesses, they declared, for the sake of building trust and cooperation between London and the country that our capital serves, this report should be published immediately, and they were absolutely right. They of course accepted that the report may have certain sections that need to be redacted, but that's no reason why the report should not be made public and done so straight away. Fast forward 5 months, the report remains totally secret. In a written parliamentary question last month asked by Sarah Olney MP, the Minister replied saying ministers continue to monitor the public interest test for when publication is appropriate. And just yesterday, in response to a further question asked by Baroness Ludford, another minister again failed to provide any indication as to when the report will be published, and rather patronisingly suggested it would not be in TfL's interest if it was published. The government shouldn't set the public interest test on when this report is published. What is appropriate for them really is just convenience. Keeping it secret allows them to play games in the run-up to the London elections in May. London business leaders are right in saying it should be public and they should be listened to. And, there cannot be a proper debate about TfL's finances when such secrecy takes place. It's treating businesses and all Londoners with contempt. And it's funded with taxpayers' money, a report into our Transport Authority. But keeping it secret months after it's been completed is simply unacceptable. It's wrong, it's insulting to Londoners, and if it has good ideas in it, let's see them, let's debate them, let's work on this together. The report should be published straight away. I hope everyone will support this motion today and support transparency.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? I haven't got any indication so far. I believe there are none. Okay, in that case, Assembly Member Moore, do you want to sum up?
I think the silence. Thank you very much to Caroline Pigeon for seconding this. What could be a more appropriate time to publish the KPMG report than at a time when we're seeking that long-term funding deal for TfL? It's hard to escape the thought that this whole process, this whole year, has been an unpleasant political game. I think the silence from other members around the chamber on this speaks volumes. The only right thing is that the KPMG report is published, that the government are honest and above board about this, and that they come forward with a decent deal to put TfL and London's transport on a clear path to recovery and for the recovery of London and with it the rest of the country. So I hope that everybody across this chamber will support the motion today, encouraging the government, asking the government to publish the KPMG report forthwith, and I look forward to the support of all members in the chamber. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to put this to vote now.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I will call Assembly members alphabetically. Assembly Member Arnold.
I'm sorry. You'll have to come back to me.
Okay,
wakey.
For.
So this is a vote on the motion in the name of Assembly Member Dr. Moore in relation to the transparency around the publication of the KPMG review into TfL finances. So if
Chair, sorry, I am ready now. Apologies to all.
Assembly Member Arnold.
4.
Assembly Member Bacon and Bailey have left the room. Assembly Member Berry.
4.
Assembly Member Boff.
Against.
Oh.
So much transparency.
Assembly Member Cooper.
So much for unity.
Sorry, was that? Did you ask me?
Sorry, yes,
catch
Assembly
that.
Member Cooper.
I know I'm after Assembly Member Wolf. Emphatically in favour of transparency. 4.
Assembly Member Desai.
4.
Assembly Member Duval.
4.
Assembly Member Gavron.
4.
Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
4.
Assembly Member Dr. Moore.
4.
Assembly Member O'Connell.
Against.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
4.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against.
Assembly Member Qureshi.
4.
Assembly Member Russell.
4.
Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
4.
Assembly Member Whittle has left the meeting, so Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Against.
Assembly Member Shah, Chair.
4.
That is 13 votes in favour, Chair, and 5 votes against. That motion is carried.
Right, that brings us to motion number 4, renaming of Cycleway, proposed by Andrew Buff, Assembly Member, and seconded by Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Buff. And there's an amendment to follow.
If we care about something, we give it a name. That's what cycle manufacturer Bromptons are saying in calling for London's cycleways to be renamed. And there are already serious proposals being brought forward. This includes proposals to rename some of those cycleways in South London to celebrate prominent members of the black community. Resisting this TfL say using numbers rather than and not names is less confusing for Londoners. Yet we're all well used to referring to routes by more than one name. A4 is the Bath Road, A13 is Newham Way, A1 is the Great North Road. And I'm sure Assembly members would not want to drop the name Cable Street in favour of the B126, as its name is a constant reminder of how important democracy and human rights are to Londoners. The C3, CS3, CW3, depending on who you talk to, goes past the north of the site of the new Chinese embassy, just a short walk across the river from City Hall in a city that passionately believes in the freedom of speech. Joshua Wong is the most prominent freedom campaigner, and he will be spending a year in jail for being in favour of democracy. Agnes Chow, who is only 23, and Ivan Lam, 26, were sentenced to 10 months and 7 months respectively. 47 pro-democracy campaigners were recently jailed for sedition, and thousands of brave citizens came out onto the streets of Hong Kong in their support, despite the ever more violent attacks by the security forces. Now, the UK has introduced a new visa that will give 5.5 million Hong Kong residents the right to come to the UK. Many thousands of these freedom-loving citizens will come to London. What better way to welcome them than to join with them in highlighting the ongoing malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party? Tower Hamlets will soon have a proposal to rename some borough facilities to remind people of the Uyghur academic Iyam Tuhti, who is serving a life sentence for speaking out. What the Chinese Communist Party want is our silence. They want us to forget Tiananmen Square, the Uyghurs, and Hong Kong. They want us to forget those prisoners of conscience. If the Assembly agrees this proposal, then all visitors to the new Chinese embassy will be reminded that people are still languishing in jail for merely expressing an opinion. We cannot solve the human rights abuses in China, but we can do one thing. We can resolve never to forget. They will not have our silence.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, do you want to second and speak now?
No, I'll second and reserve my position. Thank you.
In that case, we have Labour amendment to this motion to be proposed by Assembly Member Qureshi and seconded by Assembly Member Desai. Assembly Member Qureshi. Sorry, is the other way around? Is being changed. So proposed by Assembly Member Qureshi, seconded by Assembly Member Desai. Thank you.
No, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Chair?
Right.
Are you ready to bring me in?
Yeah. Assembly Member Desai, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to start by saying that as much as the party opposite, or some of them anyway, try to say otherwise, and I do listen to your views with the respect that one should give to elected representatives, we in the Labour group have full solidarity with the pro-democracy activists and people of Hong Kong. At a personal level, and I'm showing my political age here, maybe I've talked about supporting the Greenwich strikers in the late 70s. I actually went to Trafalgar Square, marched with the China Solidarity campaign in the 80s in protest at what was happening in Tiananmen Square, and the government of Mrs. Thatcher was actually silent, quiet on this issue, but what was happening in China in the 80s. So we do have a record of full solidarity with the pro-democracy activists and people of Hong Kong. In fact, we went further than our colleagues opposite in a previous motion and called for the mayor to review twinning arrangements for all countries where there is a concern over human rights. And colleagues, I'm going to say this is a complex issue because human rights in so many countries, I think you could say half the world there are countries with human rights abuses. So we've got to approach this issue in a very sensitive and mature manner. We are on the same side on this issue. This is not an issue to be playing politics with. We have long called for the government, who are responsible for foreign policy, to have a wider strategic approach, working with other countries to tackle the persecution of the Uyghur people and to safeguard the rights of the people of Hong Kong. I'm sure that Assembly Member Boff, an ardent campaigner on this issue, has already raised this numerous times with his parliamentary colleagues. I would be surprised if he hadn't. There are issues like the trade we do with China and so on. There are many ways that we can put pressure on the Chinese government, and sometimes gesture politics has its limits. I do have to say, I was very surprised to see such a motion put minutes after another Conservative motion asked to scrap the Commission for Diversity in the public realm. To abolish something that will be so important in bringing communities together after a year where COVID has deepened inequalities and the Black Lives Matter movement brought long-standing structural racism to the fore. Something that will help us all learn about our collective histories and stories in London, and something that is not there to just tear down statues. And let me be very clear, despicable attacks on the statue of Winston Churchill, for instance, simply not on, but to promote those whose struggles have been forgotten by the history books. Some would say it reeks of hypocrisy. I just wonder whether it means that the Conservative group and the Assembly do not communicate effectively between each other. So, colleagues, we are amending this motion today, not because we disagree with recognizing those who stand up for democracy, but because we want to make sure that any process of renaming places and routes is done in an inclusive way. This motion is asking for the same thing that the Commission for Diversity in the public realm should be looking into. And I did hear some of the comments that members opposite me have sort of made in the earlier debate. We do have budgetary concerns given the impact that COVID-19 has had on TfL, and I'm sure Assemblyman Boff would not want to see renaming routes to add additional financial pressures onto TfL at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic has profoundly affected his income. Perhaps he could have a word with his former boss, former Mayor Boris Johnson, and urge him to give TfL the £700 million a year operating grant that he removed from TfL when he was mayor, and the money needed to enact renaming of roads. So I put this amendment to you today and urge colleagues to vote for it.
Thank you. Assembly Member Qureshi.
I second the amendment and reserve my right to respond.
Right. We open up debate now. Assembly Member Barry.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I must say it is refreshing to see the Conservative group proposing something that seems almost inspired by left-wing councils in the 1980s. And if I've got this right, naming places after significant internationally renowned dissidents was pioneered in Glasgow when they renamed the street that ran past the South African consulate after Nelson Mandela. So yes, I support this idea, and I think we should be making sure that we do defend democracy campaigners around the world and stand up to oppression. I know that my group has worked in a number of different ways on making sure that our public realm actually contributes towards support for democracy. For example, through asking Transport for London not to carry advertisements for oppressive regimes. So yes, I support this idea. And I think it's interesting as well to see the Conservative members in the Assembly finally accept the freedom that the embankment cycleway represents. I mean, previously we've heard prominent Conservatives in this place say that they think it's a cause of pollution, that it had cyclists pinned up against the river, that it should be rerouted. So I'm trusting they now don't want to rename it and then cancel it. So that is good. Last year, the campaign group Possible ran a really nice public Name Our Lanes ideas competition, and there lots of people put forward ideas for naming some of the cycleways after significant figures from history and international ones as well. And I think it's right that we look at this and that the Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm get involved in this work as well to make sure that it is truly representative and involves Londoners. So I support the amendment to include the Commission in this work. I support the idea, and I'll be voting for alongside my colleague, for the amendment and for the motion when it's amended.
Thank you.
As well.
Are there any further speakers in the debate? No. In that case, I'll go back to the members who have reserved their right to speak. And I know the order is right. Can I first invite Assembly Member Hall, who is seconding the motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's appropriate that I absolutely confirm I am mortified that a member would think that we would reflect left-wing councils in the 80s. So if I can put that down as a strong point.
You just run out there, Sean.
Oh, as if. I can't imagine. Chairman, I can't speak as eloquently as my colleague who puts his point of view forward so well. I will just give support to our motion. Thank you.
Right. Assembly Member Qureshi.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking to the amendment, I'm sorry this issue has been made into a party political issue here in the Assembly. I just we must remember that when we've had Tory politicians talking about this, they've had the opportunity to deal with this issue comprehensively in the 90s. When Lord Patten stands up in the House of Lords and berates the Chinese, let's not forget he was the last Governor-General of Hong Kong and could have actually have helped give the Hong Kong people the rights that they're fighting for right now. The very rights that they have taken to the streets to. London also has got a very rich tradition of dissidents, from being the home of Karl Marx to Bolivaria, and long may that continue. I understand one of the leading Chinese dissidents, Li Weiwei, is living in my neighbourhood, for example, at the moment. So long may that tradition continue. So yes, we have support for the thrust of what was intended, but the amendments have to be taken on board quite seriously by the Tory group in not only budgetary terms for the effect it's having on TfL budgets, but also it's actually putting a very good argument of why we need the Public Realm Commission in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now come to summing up. Can I invite Assembly Member Desai to sum up on his amendment?
Chair, I don't think there's much to say. I'll just simply risk repeating what I said earlier, but I will make this point in a very general context. We talk about human rights abuses in Saudi Arabia, in China, many other countries. Yet we are happy to sell arms to such repellent regimes. The murder of Khashoggi, we condemn it, but yet, where is the pressure on the Saudi Arabian government? We are happy to do trade with China, a very lucrative market, and so on. So I will just make this point that gesture politics does have its limitations. Party that is in power, that is governing this country, has got other tools to use, and they should be using those tools if they really sort of want to push home the message to the Chinese government that what you're doing is simply not on.
Thank you, Assembly Member Boff. You sum up, please. On the motion.
I'm pleased in Assembly Member Desai's last intervention, because it appears as though they are rolling back from expressing the will of Londoners because we have to trade with China and we don't want to upset them. That's exactly what the Chinese Communist Party want. They want you to kick these decisions into the long grass. They want us to forget. They want there to be a bureaucratic tangle so that we never end up making this decision at all. I would be very grateful if the proposer of the amendment could indicate that the Assembly should therefore write to the Joshua Wong campaign indicating what the outcome of this vote was. That because of budgetary constraints, we've decided not to do it. Well, that's interesting because the Mayor is already renaming the cycle superhighways to cycleways. There is no budgetary implication. It's already covered. This amendment does what the Chinese Communist Party wants us to do. As we remember, I think it was Lenin came up with this idea, Stalin came up with this idea of useful idiots. The people who decide not to confront them because in hope that they can keep them on side. And when you do start to cast your vote on this amendment, both Assemblymember Berry and Assemblymember Desai, and incredibly Assemblymember Qureshi, accused us of being political, bringing party politics into it. Where in the motion is the party politics? Where in my speech is the party politics? Where is the party politics in human rights, democracy, and the rule of law? So we can remain silent if we want. But I'll be recommending to my group that if we take part in this amendment, we are complicit with those who are imprisoning freedom-loving Hong Kongers as we speak. So we won't be supporting the amended motion if it passed. We will, however, support this London Assembly, standing up for the very principles of which this city is proud: human rights, democracy, and rule of law.
Right, I'm putting the amendment to vote, followed by the substantive motion to vote. Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a vote on the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Desai. I will call members alphabetically. Please indicate if you are voting for, against or abstaining. Assemblymember Arnold.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Assemblymembers Bacon and Bailey have left the meeting. Assemblymember Berry.
For.
Assemblymember Boff.
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper.
For the amendment.
Assemblymember Desai.
For.
Assemblymember Duval.
For.
Assemblymember Eshalemi has left the meeting, so Assemblymember Gavron.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney.
For.
Assemblymember Dr Moore.
For.
Assemblymember O'Connell.
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
For.
Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Qureshi.
For.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Dr Sahota.
For.
Assemblymember Whittle has left the meeting, so Assemblymember Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Against.
And Assemblymember Shah, Chair.
For.
That is 13 votes in favour of the amendment, Chair, and 5 votes against, so that amendment is agreed. We move to a vote on the motion in the name of Assemblymember Boff as amended. So Assemblymember Arnold.
For.
Assemblymember Berry.
For.
Assemblymember Boff.
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper.
I am for the amended motion.
Assemblymember Desai.
For.
Assemblymember Duval.
For.
Assemblymember Gavron. Assemblymember Gavron.
For.
Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney.
For.
Assemblymember Dr Moore.
For.
Assemblymember O'Connell.
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
For.
Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Qureshi.
For.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Dr Sahota.
For.
Assemblymember Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Assemblymember Arbour. Assemblymember Arbour.
I I can see him,
Is
but
there- I can
maybe
see
he's
him too.
frozen. I think he's actually frozen, Chair. He's not, well, either that or something worse. I'm pretty sure he's frozen and he can't hear us.
Chair, it's Nicky Gavan here.
Terrible comments.
In that case, Assembly Member Shah, Chair.
For.
Thank you, Chair. That is 13 votes in favour and 4 votes against. So the motion as amended is carried.
Thank you. We now move on to motion 5 on Vision 0, to be proposed by Assembly Member Russell, and seconder is Assembly Member Barry. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to start by saying that the Green Group is happy to accept the amendment from Assembly Member Moore, which simply adds to our request of the Mayor that he should work with local councils on the actions called for in the motion. And so I will propose the motion as if it has been amended. This last year has seen all of us walking more than ever before. So I hope this motion about making it safer and more convenient to cross the road resonates for every single one of us. While many of us have experienced quieter streets with less traffic while we've been working from home, some of our busiest roads are as hostile as they were 4 years ago when I visited Outer London's main road junctions with many of you and organisations like Transport for All for the Hostile Streets report for the Transport Committee. On those visits, we witnessed places so dangerous there literally was no way to get across the road safely, and I still shudder at the memory of running across a multi-lane highway with Keith Prince and Will Norman and others at Gallows Corner. I got into politics through campaigning that started 28 years ago as a parent newly aware of the danger posed by cars and lorries as I pushed my son around local streets in his buggy. I joined what was then called the Pedestrians Association, now known as Living Streets, the organisation that stands up for people walking, especially children, older and disabled people. I learned from those years of campaigning how older and disabled people are so adversely affected by road danger from heavy speeding traffic and the vehicle-centred way that many of our streets are designed. People have campaigned for improvements for so long, and I learned many of my campaigning skills from people well into their 80s who had been campaigning for pedestrian benefits for decades. So many Londoners want to prevent people being killed or seriously injured while simply trying to cross the road to pick up a pint of milk. Many of us have met campaigners who have survived terrible collisions with buses and lorries on our streets, people like Tom Carney, Sarah Hope, and Victoria Lebrec. It is really important that our city streets are inclusive and safe for children to walk to school and for everyone, especially older and disabled people. Our streets must be accessible for people getting about with a white cane, a guide dog, a walking frame, a wheelchair, or a mobility scooter. Now, this motion is straightforward. It refers to the terrible toll of death and injury affecting people walking in London. In 2019, the most recent year with published data, 1,282 people were seriously injured while walking on or next to London's roads. Tragically, 68 people were killed while walking that year, and at least 44 of these people were killed while crossing the road. The motion targets a worrying safety gap in our city that must be addressed as part of the Mayor's Vision Zero policy. I have asked Transport for London for figures, and they've told me that 261 signalised junctions in London only have signals for motor traffic and not for people trying to cross these busy main roads. And so the motion asks the Mayor to do two things. To review those junctions where no priority is given to people walking and where there is the potential to introduce safety features like dropped curbs and tactile paving as part of his Vision Zero work. And more importantly, it asks the Mayor to use this junction review to develop a plan to introduce signal-protected pedestrian crossings on every arm of every junction that has signals to control motor traffic. Yesterday afternoon, I tweeted about this motion I'm bringing to you today, and the tweet clearly resonated with Londoners and campaigners like Living Streets, Road Peace, Travel Watch, Clean Air campaigners, and pensioners groups. Hundreds of Londoners have engaged with me on this, thanking me for bringing the motion, suggesting junctions where it's hard to cross the road because there are no pedestrian signals, and including pictures of some of the worst examples. So I hope you will all join me in this call to the Mayor to fix this problem, so London's children and older and disabled people get a dedicated phase in the signals when traffic stops to allow people across the road in safety. I move the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Barry.
I will formally second and reserve my right to sum up.
No problem. Thank you. We go on to Labour amendment in the name of Assembly Member Dr. Moore.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to thank Assembly Member Russell for bringing this important motion to the Assembly today and for accepting the amendment in my name in the way you have. Our amendment seeks to reflect that the responsibility for managing London's road network is shared with local councils, and so it is important to involve them in the process. And I'd say that Assembly Member Russell and I know well the sorts of work that local councils do. On the principle of the motion, no death or serious injury on London's roads should be treated as inevitable. The Mayor has made some progress, and in 2019 there was a 4% fall in the number of people seriously injured on London's roads compared with the year before, and a 39% reduction compared with the 2005 to 2009 baseline. The Mayor has introduced 20-mile-an-hour speed limits on all TfL roads within the congestion charging zone, and the impact of that on accident deaths and damage has been well rehearsed. And he's introducing safety measures on larger vehicles. Just last week, the Mayor launched the world's first direct vision standard for lorry safety, which will reduce those lethal blind spots on heavy goods vehicles. But to be fair, we need to go further. One life lost is one life too many, and that is why the principle of Vision Zero is so important. To tackle this issue, we need to see TfL and other local authorities come together to use accident data to make crossings safer. And yes, we should look at pedestrian crossings. We also need to tap into that local knowledge about dangerous junctions where crossings may already be in place, but further improvements are needed. We do also need to make sure that alongside road safety improvements, we continue to take additional measures. I'm only too aware from accidents in my council ward that we must make sure drivers are alert and that vulnerable road users, such as pedestrians and cyclists, are supported to keep themselves safe. By doing so, we make our streets and roads safer for everyone, but particularly for pedestrians, and in that we can save lives. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Assembly Member Russ.
Right. Can I invite Assembly Member Dr. Sahota, who's seconding the motion?
I formally second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
One indication, and that's from Assembly Member Pigeon to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I welcome this motion today. It's worth noting that in the last year, despite all the immense coverage given to low traffic neighbourhoods and street space initiatives, that many healthy street schemes have been paused and vital pedestrian schemes did not go ahead. Thankfully, that pause has now largely been lifted. However, the immense backlog of unsafe junctions for pedestrians still needs to be addressed. Vision Zero is a great objective, but quite frankly, it will not be met without demanding interim targets. For far too long, the needs of pedestrians have been overlooked. An example, when I first was elected to the Assembly, it took many years for TfL to address how many pedestrian crossings at junctions did not even meet the minimum standard for the time needed for pedestrians to cross the road. And equally, it took a long time to address the lack of rotating cones and other measures at crossings, at traffic lights, despite these being vital features for blind and partially sighted Londoners. So the objectives of this motion are absolutely right. We need real action to make many of our junctions safer for pedestrians, and that must happen within the next 10 years. The repeated delays we've seen in the past in making our streets safer for pedestrians cannot continue. I fully support the motion today.
Thank you for that, Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to speak in support of the motion. Unfortunately, I have to virtually every day run the gauntlet of Gallows Corner. It is a disgrace. The Mayor did promise to do something. As yet, he still hasn't, 5 years later. But there are other junctions as well in my patch. There's Pettit's Lane and there's also Ardley Green Junction, where there's no phasing for the pedestrians at all, and both are used by school children coming in both directions. I've been pressing TfL ever since I was elected to do something about these junctions. Nothing is being done. So I absolutely wholeheartedly support this. I think it's very important that we make London safer for pedestrians, but I would also like to add that the death rate for motorcyclists has not reduced over the period. And again, this is another area that we need to look at very closely, because as Caroline quite rightly said, every death is a tragedy, and therefore we have to also look at how we can improve these junctions for motorcyclists as well. But 100% support the motion.
Thank you. I haven't got any further indications, so can I invite Assembly Member Barry to speak? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you everyone for the collaborative speeches, for the friendly amendment. Thank you to Assembly Member Pigeon for pointing out the funding gaps and the backlogs that exist and have built up too. I think this is really important, and it really does strike a chord with so many Londoners from their daily experiences. Caroline talked about the reaction to just putting this idea and the number of gaps out onto Twitter. We saw people just simply saying how this matched their daily experience of being left crossing roads day after day whilst unprotected at different junctions. They can't understand why there isn't a crossing for them. We have to act to fill these gaps. This will be a key step in eliminating road danger, which is our target. We need to make Vision Zero a reality. A 39% reduction, it's good, but it is not zero. That has to be where we're moving for this. I think this motion pushes the current mayor very constructively and very practically towards something that will need to be done. I hope whoever is mayor after May will also take further actions to get rid of other dangers, such as reducing the default speed limit to 20 miles per hour wherever people are found on pavements, where they work, where they live, where they shop, where they play. These things are so important, and I hope the Assembly will today, I think you will, all unanimously back this very, very simple call from my colleague, Caroline Russell.
Assembly Member Dr. Sahota, you reserved your right to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to formally thank Assembly Member Russell and, of course, Assembly Member Barry for bringing this forward, this important motion, which we support, and thank you very much for accepting our friendly amendment. It wasn't an amendment to wreck you, but to support it, and therefore I think my colleague, Assembly Member Moore, has already spoken eloquently in support of this motion. I won't detain you any further, so I endorse and fully support this motion.
Obviously, Sadiq's campaign kicked off this morning. Harry, I think it would be helpful if you could just update us with how
mute the microphone, please.
The sessions in a week ago, because
we know about that news report because he wasn't here.
Either. I don't know if Joanne's been able to check in.
Sorry.
Missing mayor, unless you're in Bounds Green.
Right, okay. Right of reply, I'll invite Assembly Member Moore first, followed by Assembly Member Russell. Don't have to use. Can you hear me?
Chair, thank you. I just wanted to say I welcome the motion, and the acceptance of the amendment and the unanimity of support across the chamber. And just to say, it's really important that we progressively give pedestrians the confidence to continue the habit of walking that many have adopted and embraced during the pandemic, with all its benefits, and go as far as we possibly can to make our streets safer for those pedestrians going forward. Thank you.
And Assembly Member Russell.
Well, I will just echo what my colleague Sian Berry said in terms of the collaborative and constructive approach of this Assembly coming together to stand up for Londoners who have such a hard time getting around on our streets and making these roads easier to cross. So thank you everyone for your contributions this morning.
Thank you. So on that note, does the Assembly agree to support this amended motion unanimously?
Agreed.
That's very helpful.
Agreed. Thank you.
Move to the next motion.
Thank you everyone so much. That is so brilliant. Thank
Right.
you. Sorry,
Motion
I
number
took
6,
margin.
which is Londoners with Disability. We have a motion in the name of Dr. Onkar Sahota, Assembly Member, seconded by Assembly Member Gavron, and there's a Conservative Group motion as well, which we'll come to later on. Dr. Sahota, Assembly Member, do you want to propose your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I bring this motion to the Assembly today on a topic which is not discussed often enough in response to the COVID-19. What are the experiences of the people with disabilities and learning disabilities? How has the government and our health system performed for them? I bring this motion to you as a doctor with years of frontline experience seeing the impact of health inequalities. These inequalities have been with us for many years, and COVID has exposed the reality and impact of these inequalities. During the first wave of the pandemic, 1 in 6 deaths from COVID-19 were for people with disabilities. The death rate is 30 times greater with a learning disability in the age group 18 to 34. These statistics are overwhelming. They are a national scandal and we cannot ignore them. We need to look at the changes that we need to make as a society and tackle the inequalities that contribute to those deaths. Yes, certain disabilities are associated with medical disease that make people more vulnerable to respiratory illnesses. But the most dangerous cause isn't biological, but human-made. It is economic disadvantage. And as a society, we can make choices to make things better, to change things. The social isolation, financial difficulties, higher rates for unemployment, and pay gaps faced by people with disabilities are not inevitable. They are social barriers that we can and should overcome. We need to work with employers to offer training and produce targeted action to address the disability pay gap. And as we work on our recovery, we need the government to revive its loneliness strategy, empower the Minister for Loneliness, and provide opportunities for people with disabilities to take part in all programs aimed at tackling isolation. Turning to the more direct health impacts of the pandemic, I want to focus on do not resuscitate notices. The Care Quality Commission has found that during the early years of the pandemic, blanket do not resuscitate no orders were placed in some care homes. This meant decisions about the lives of disabled Londoners were taken without the consent or knowledge of them or of their families. The report found that we could have led to, and I quote, potentially avoidable death on older people and disabled people in care homes, including those with physical and sensory impairments, people with a learning disability or cognitive impairments such as dementia. ManCap has received reports that do not resuscitate orders have been issued to people only as a result of them having a learning disability. This is entirely shocking. It cannot ever be right that we see life and death decisions applied on this way to a whole group of people. Yes, people were working at pace, and yes, apologies have been made. But what does it say about our biases and societal structures that these decisions were taken in the first place? In its November interim report, the CQC found that it is possible that some of these do not resuscitate decisions remain in place, we must ensure that they are all withdrawn immediately. And we must look again at the health inequalities people with all types of disabilities face every day. We are calling on the Mayor to raise this issue with Sir David Sloman, the NHS London Regional Director for London, and the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock. Doing so will make sure that we take the immediate action we need to examine the health inequalities of COVID-19, as well as taking action to tackle the roots and cause of these inequalities. I bring this motion to the Assembly today on an issue that I hope will unite all members, that we will be able to push this through unanimously. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Gavron, do you want to second the motion now? Sorry, we can't hear you. Assembly Member Gavron,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you now.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. Okay. I just wanted to step in and second it because I think it's such a it's such an important motion because the glaring inequalities that are, that people with disabilities have to contend with anyway have been really compounded during this particular year, the year of the pandemic. We were warned 1 year ago, last March, that the Coronavirus Act, then a bill, would cause collateral damage to people with disabilities. And that was because the social care was being suspended. The right of people with disabilities and the requirement for social care, the right and the requirement was suspended. Now, that great champion of disabilities, Tanya Gray-Thompson, said at the time, warning again, this is a health and social care obliteration bill. If it becomes act, people could well be seen as expendable. Now, she's turned out to be right. The Committee on Human Rights in the autumn found that indeed people with disabilities had had a significant reduction in social care provision. And we just heard from Dr. Sahota about the CQC and the way they found that there were avoidable deaths because of the do not resuscitate. i.e., that means that some people were not worthy of treatment. People died. Some people were not valued as much as the rest of the population. Now, given this blatant discrimination, we must urge the government and us, but we must urge the government to ensure that people with disabilities are fully involved in the Build Back Better cause, and also that reasonable adjustment is not just a wish. That allows people with disabilities to live and to work fully in society, and that reasonable adjustment must be a requirement. So I think there are things to learn from this last year, and I think it's important that we do right for all the people mentioned in the motion, because people with disabilities should have, and we hope in the recovery to come, they will have their full rights promoted and disabling barriers removed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Gavron. We have now an amendment from Conservative Group to be proposed by Andrew Boff, Assembly Member, and seconded by Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Boff.
Thank you. Most of the provisions of this motion we enthusiastically support, but like Dr. Sahota, I hope that this could be unanimous. So our amendment tries to make it unanimous. First of all, it removes commentary, divisive commentary, from the motion, and it's a paragraph that does nothing actually at all but divide Assembly members. And we've decided also to replace it with an action, because this is what this Assembly should be about, recognising, suggesting actions that can be taken. We've suggested, therefore, that the Assembly also urges the Mayor to address the unequal impact of the pandemic on people with learning disabilities, and calls on the Mayor for commitment to fully include people with disabilities in London's recovery plans. I'm pretty certain that that must have the support of all of the Assembly. But in order for us to enthusiastically go forward, can we just drop the commentary? You know, we've already been involved in party political shenanigans earlier. I know we're too close to an election period, but let's try and get a motion that we can all agree with.
Assembly Member Hall, do you want to second it now?
I'll second and reserve my right. Thank you, Chairman.
Right. In that case, we will move to the debate. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Could we just get clarification whether the mover of the motion is accepting the amendment at all, please?
Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Assembly Pigeon. I was prepared to accept the amendment on the basis that the paragraph relating to the government remained in, because I hold very truly that this policy has been affected by government policy in the pandemic, and we can't let the government off the hook. So I was prepared to accept the Tory amendment on the assertion that the paragraph regarding the government remained in. So I was prepared to accept it, but it was refused by the Tories.
Okay, thank you very much. That's just helpful. I wanted to speak on this motion as I believe it's such an important issue, and I thank Assembly members Dr. Sahota and Gavron for tabling this today. You know, the disproportionate impact that COVID crisis has had on disabled people in London and beyond is very clear. And the government's lack of consideration for disabled individuals during the pandemic has made, for me, a difficult situation even worse for those who need the most support. And that's whether it be the lack of British Sign Language translation at UK government briefings, the lack of support for those identified as extremely clinically vulnerable, or the fact that little to no additional support has been provided to London's special educational needs schools. The lack of consideration for those with disabilities is deeply worrying and has worsened the existing health inequalities they face. Dr. Sahota has already talked about the awful, unlawful blanket do not resuscitate orders, which was truly horrific that we have seen. And I'm pleased now that at least government has started to move and seems to be prioritising all adults with learning disabilities for vaccination, something certainly Ed Davey, my party leader, has called for, and others who have been championing this. But it took a long time for this U-turn to happen. I am very clear, and my party, the Liberal Democrats, have been very clear that there needs to be a full public inquiry into the handling of this pandemic, and that this must include the impact of government policies during the crisis on the disabled. Lessons must be learnt. I fully support this motion today, and given the amendment does delete some of the concerns I have, I won't be able to support the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No, in that case, can I invite Assembly Member Hall to speak as a seconder of the amendment?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, this is a very important motion, and I am very disappointed that the Labour never seem to want to compromise. I absolutely support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, can I now invite, was the order, can I invite Assembly Member Boff to sum up, please, on the amendment.
Let's just understand what you'll be voting for if you don't, or voting against, if you vote against the amendment. You will be voting to exclude a call on the Mayor to fully include people with disabilities in London's recovery plans. You will be voting against that just so that you can say something bad about the government in a paragraph higher up. The responsibilities of this authority. I saw Assembly Member Pigeon saying you can do both. Well, you can't, actually, because the motion, the amendment is the amendment. And if you don't support it, it won't be in the motion. And so that will explicitly say that you don't think that the Mayor should be urged to address the unequal impact of the pandemic on people with learning disabilities. And you will be voting against calling on the Mayor for a commitment to fully include people with disabilities in London's recovery plans. That is what you will be voting against. And just for the comfort of being able to put the boot in on a commentary paragraph higher up in the agenda. Do we want unanimity when all I'm suggesting is removing a paragraph that divides us and including a paragraph that should unite us? That's the choice you have to make. What's more important to you? Whining about the government or improving the lot of disabled Londoners? Your choice.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Can I come in?
Yep.
Chair, when these motions go off, you do a covering email. And in that covering email, you could take into account the feelings of the views of this Assembly. It's quite clear there is a complete unanimity of including that action. And you could include that in a letter to the Mayor, go in with this motion and ask him to take that into account. And that should satisfy partially the issues that Assembly Member Boff is raising. On the other issue, I don't see much unanimity around on the other motions this afternoon, and there have been very important points made. But you, Chair, hold the key to the action part of Assembly Members Boff's, and you could include that in the covering note and make it very clear to the Mayor that we would want to see that happening.
I believe that's very helpful.
Mr. Chairman, are we being so spineless that we don't want to put into a motion what we actually believe and then hint it at a letter later on?
So, Chair, I think I've been called spineless. So do I get a right to reply? Please. Sorry, I'm talking about a common sense approach, Chair, that I'm asking you to give a ruling on and whether you accept. I don't think that's spineless. I'm trying to work a way forward to pick out the most important part of Assembly Members Boff's amendment, which I think there is a desire for all the Assembly to adopt in some way or another. It's up to Assembly Member Boff how he's presented the motion. I don't like being blackmailed in the way that he's doing it and playing party political games with the motion. But it's you, Chair, I'm asking to give a ruling. Are you prepared to put in a covering email?
How have I been party political? I've been mentioned, Chair. Could the Assembly member
Can I have one member at a time,
Sorry, it's not going to
please?
be shouted down, Chair. I'm asking you to give a ruling if you are prepared to accept the spirit of all the Assembly members to agree the action part and include that in an email to the Mayor as a covering note to the motion.
Assembly Member Duval, I have no problem in your suggestion to put note in the covering letter, but I have to put it to Assembly Member Boff, who's got the amendment, and whether he's prepared to accept what's been suggested. Assembly Member Boff.
You know, I can't tell you what way to go. It's up to you. It's your conscience whether or not you write that yourself. But on a point of personal explanation, the Assembly member accused me of being party political. Could the Assembly member indicate how I've been party political?
Yes, Chair, if you enable me to, I would. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yeah, go on.
The Assembly member, in saying to his amendment, is that he can't vote for it because it asks for it has some critical parts of some criticisms of a Conservative government. That makes it party political. He wants to blackmail the rest of the Assembly to vote for the action which we all agree in, but in terms, he doesn't want his government questioned about their actions during the pandemic in relation to people with learning disabilities and disablements. Sorry, I'm not going to be blackmailed by it. I want to actually go forward on it. And I think the amendment from the Tories, in terms of the actions and calling on the Mayor, I'm not afraid to ask the Mayor those issues, but equally, I'm not afraid to ask the government as well. I don't see that as being party political. What I do see as being party political is when you're trying to stop that and close down that happening because it happens to be a Conservative government.
So,
Okay.
I just said, Assembly Member, I just said I wanted this Assembly to be unanimous. And
Well,
a commentary could be removed
Assembly
in
Member
favour
Boff.
of an action. And now you're making excuses.
Assembly
for
Member Boff.
Whether or not you're making excuses for it.
Look,
rubbish.
The party political part is the paragraph that I suggested should be removed.
Assembly Member Boff,
Point of order.
I'm going to give my ruling. Okay, I've listened very carefully to both sides of argument, and I'm prepared to accept that I will do a covering letter, basically expressing the basis that there is unanimity on the central theme of the motion, but again advising the Mayor of the intention of the Assembly.
So basically, Chair, the disabled people will be an afterthought, a footnote.
Well, no, it isn't. It isn't. I've given my ruling.
You're making the disabled an afterthought, which is fine, just so you can score a political point.
Look,
That's fine. You live with your consciences, like kicking everything else into
Look,
the long grass.
Assembly Member Boff,
Point
this
of
is...
order, Chair.
This-
So excuse me, I raised a point of order with the Chair.
Go on.
Chair, can you show me within the ways of behaviour in this chamber where it says that there should be a three-way conversation between you and two members during a debate? Can we move to the vote? Thank you very much.
I have given my ruling, and on that basis, we will take a vote.
Hang on.
All too embarrassing for you.
Chair, I do have the right of summation, by the way.
Okay, go ahead.
Assembly Member Arnold has just moved that we move to a vote. Is there a sum up when a move to a vote?
Yes.
Yes. I've been advised there is that provision. So, Dr. Sahota, please go ahead.
I don't want to sit with the light too much.
So, I think that, look, I really wanted this motion to be passed unanimously. And I have no problem with the Mayor being held accountable or the Mayor being asked to do it. So I'm going to suggest, right, that I will take on board the paragraph put forward by the Tories into my motion, but leaving my paragraph in it too. So I will move, right, that I amend my motion and that we will accept the paragraph from the Tories. So, but we cannot let the government off the hook. Because the government is responsible. This was the action in the middle of a pandemic, and the government has to be held accountable. Now let the conscience speak. Now let your conscience speak. Speak for disabled people in London. Speak collectively. Stand up. Show spine now. I accept the message, but that stays in.
Oh dear. Oh dear. By excluding the disabled, show spine.
Right. Can we...
Thank you, Chair. In that case, we move to a vote on the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Boff. I will call members alphabetically, and as always, members are asked to indicate whether they are voting for, against, or abstaining on the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Boff. So, Assembly Member Arnold.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
Against.
Assembly Member Boff.
For.
Assembly Member Cooper.
I'm against Boff game playing. Against.
Oh.
Assembly Member Desai.
TFU.
Is it come on?
Yeah.
Assembly Member Desai.
Against.
Assembly Member Duval.
Against.
Assembly Member Gavron.
Against.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assemblymember McCartney.
Against.
Assemblymember Dr Moore.
Against.
Assemblymember O'Connell.
I'm having such great fun at this last plenary of mine. It's riveting. Very much for.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
Against.
Assemblymember Prince.
For.
Assemblymember Qureshi. Assemblymember Qureshi.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
Against.
Assemblymember Dr Sahota.
Against.
Assemblymember Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
For.
Assemblymember Shah, Chair.
Against.
That is 13 votes against, Chair, and 5 votes in favour, so that amendment falls. We now move on to the motion in the name of Assemblymember Sahota. For the purposes of clarity, Assemblymember Sahota has altered his motion to incorporate the paragraph of additional wording from the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Boff, which reads, "This Assembly also urges the Mayor to address the unequal impact of the pandemic on people with learning disabilities and calls on the Mayor for a commitment to fully include people with disabilities in London's recovery plan." However, the paragraph of text which Assemblymember Boff was proposing deleting is retained. So, voting on that motion as altered...
We will, if it helps, our group will be supporting this motion and
Thank you,
I don't know if anybody else will be against.
Is that unanimous, Assembly members?
We've made our point about the political shenanigans
That
being played
is
by the Labour
formally
Party, so that's...
unanimously agreed. Yes? Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Okay, let's find unanimity on the next one. Last motion, I'm glad to say, which is in the name of Assemblymember Gavron on permitted development rights, to be seconded by Assemblymember Cooper. Assemblymember Gavron.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that introduction. This is about permitted development rights and their impact on the high street. It's very rare that one has a change proposed to the planning system which has, in my view, such profound and possibly irreversible implications. We all know that the high streets are struggling, or many of them. We know that many of them need support. We know, we've been hearing this morning about how supporting the high streets and our town centres is one of the central planks of economic recovery. But we also have seen what damage can be done by even the limited permitted development rights that we've had since 2013. And we have in this Assembly unanimously voted against, but most notably, the office to residential, where we've seen whole office blocks with their occupants and tenants turfed out, evicted, to make way for substandard housing. Now, this is a very different permitted development right from what we've seen, because it's all encompassing. It covers almost all the uses that we value in the high street. And it's without any democratic scrutiny, and it's without going through the planning system. So what we were going to see is our GP surgeries, our health centres, our restaurants, our cafes, our shops, our gyms, our medical facilities, our pharmacies, our light industry and our offices. I could go on. I probably missed out some. And they will go, and there'll be no consultation with local people. And it's not just, they could be of any size. This is new, any size. They can be anywhere. I mean, not just even in town centres and high streets, but definitely anywhere from the West End to local suburban centres. And there are no protections. There's no Article 4, and they can be in conservation areas. Now, this is the government changing the asset class, if this were to go through, the value of very many of our high street premises that we need and use. And it means that occupiers who are, well, landlords who are struggling or occupiers who are struggling may well be prey to the market. It also means that local authorities, because of the randomness and the uncontrolledness of this whole approach with PDR, will mean that they won't be able to plan for new facilities like schools nor will they be able to replace lost facilities like GP surgeries and so on. Now, this is in direct contradiction to what the government's own commitment is to actually support high streets. And in fact, we heard yesterday in the planning committee how they've even last summer, set up a very big high street task force to work with local authorities right across England. What is the left hand doing that the right hand doesn't know about? It's just ridiculous. And our motion makes it very prominent that we the Assembly believe, that local authorities are best placed to plan and coordinate activity along with communities, businesses and other stakeholders. And we also agree with the letter signed by the British Property Federation and 27 others that went to the Prime Minister, and these are 27 across economy and society, saying that they back what they want to see the government do is not go forward with this proposal, but back local authorities to support the renewal of high streets, working with all the stakeholders. And that's why it's so important that we join that lobby and also call on the Chair to write to the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State to reconsider this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to move formally and reserve my right.
Are there any speakers on the motion? No. Do I take it? I think I've been advised that there's unanimity.
Assembly Member Boff.
Assembly Member Boff, I think, has indicated that Conservative Group is prepared to support this.
I'd just like to say, coming in on the motion, if I may, that it's a great testament to Nikki Gavron, this is probably the last motion she'll propose to the Assembly, that it's one that can get absolute unanimous support. Can I just also indicate, where government does make a mistake, and it's not in the interests of London, which occasionally all governments will do, this group is quite willing to stand up and say they've got it wrong this time. And the permitted development rights, the extension of permitted development rights, the new use classes, are wrong for London. And we've got to ensure that we are united in battling against something that will remove the democratic control of councillors to shape the world, the boroughs in the way that they see fit. So thank you, Nikki Gavron, to this. This is a great testament to you, and we enthusiastically support this motion.
Thank you. Formally, I have to ask Assembly Member Cooper, who reserved her right. Do you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, although Assembly Member Boff has just stolen some of my lines, it's a great pleasure to second a motion to Nikki Gavron, who many of us have known over the years with her forensic investigations and looking endlessly at what planning in London means through the London Planning Advisory Committee, and now in her role for 21 years on this Assembly. And it's great to hear from Assembly Member Boff, who's from a different party but has also worked very, very hard on planning issues, often jointly together with Nikki. I think that is one of the great things of the Assembly, is when we do come together and work on a cross-party basis, it can be really fantastic. And this is such an important issue that Nikki has brought forward today. I think we all know the devastation that could result from untrammelled permitted development, removal of use class, and I really hope that we pass this unanimously, and that Robert Jenrick and the government do listen to this, because it is so important. We've been talking about building back better from the pandemic, and if this goes ahead, we won't be building back better. We will be creating areas around the whole of London, to say nothing of the rest of the country, but that's not so much the London Assembly's concern, that really we will regret for many years to come. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, it's my formal pleasure to invite Assembly Member Gavron, who's the guru of planning and regeneration, for her right of reply.
Oh, well, I'm a bit knocked sideways by all this. I just want to thank Andrew and Leonie for those very generous remarks, and just to say that it's very nice to leave my final plenary and with my final motion in such a sort of uplifting and warm-hearted way, and on a motion that is, as people have been saying, is of such critical importance to London. And so I just hope that the government will come back with something that's more like renewing our high streets, working with local authorities. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the comradeship over 21 years.
Thank you, Assembly Member Gavron. What a lovely way to end our debates on motions, which have been generally constructive. So we move on to item number 7 on the agenda, which is reports of Assembly members on the work of outside bodies. The Assembly is recommended to note the reports of Assembly members Dr. Sahota, Gavron and Arbour on the work over the past year of outside bodies to which they are appointed as listed on the report. Can I therefore ask the Assembly to note the reports?
Noted.
Thank you. Mayoral commitments, the next item. The Assembly is recommended to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Siddiq Khan, during London Assembly's Mayor's Question Time meetings held between November 2020 and January 2020. Can I therefore ask the Assembly to note the recommendation?
Noted.
Thank you. Item number 9, salary determination for GLA elected members for 2021. The Assembly is recommended, acting jointly with the Mayor, to approve the GLA elected members' salary determination 2021, attached as Appendix 1 to replace and supersede the previous determination dating from 2009. Can I therefore ask the Assembly to approve the recommendation?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item number 10, date of next meeting. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be virtual Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place on Thursday, 11th of March at 10 a.m. And finally, there is no any other urgent business that I have received. On that note, I would like to conclude this meeting and thanks members for your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
GLA Chamber Sound.